release me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you not to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true,
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. We're ready to get started with day 5 of the trial. Did I write day 4? I think I did. I need to fix that. Yeah, we're on day 5. I don't know why I wrote day 4. I need to fix it. I'll fix it. But we are going to get started. The supervisor of the crime scene investigation department of the Wise County Sheriff's Office is on the stand first thing this morning, and what basically is on tap for us is the letter. There are letters, and Tanner Horner attempted suicide while he was in the Wise County jail. Sorry, you guys, I'm buffering. I don't even know why. I don't think I shouldn't be buffering. I got enough sleep, all the things. Anyway, he attempted suicide. And when he did that, he wrote 4 letters, if I remember correctly. We're going to hear about it this morning. He wrote a letter to law enforcement, to his family, to Athena's family, and then to a member of the clergy, somebody religious. And so we're going to have Detective Brett Yarrow back on the stand first thing. Also, I did a recap last night of the whole week. And if you missed it, I made an announcement on Friday. At the end of the day, we learned that the judge had ruled that while the audio would be played in open court for the jury and anybody attending in the trial in person, it would not be streamed via the media. So we know from opening statements that the audio of what took place in the back of that FedEx truck is an hour long. I don't know when they intend to play that. I would assume it's coming up soon, because the SD cards containing all of that have been admitted into evidence. So at some point, there will be an hour where there is no court in session, where we're just on standby. When that happens, we'll just, hang out and move through it depending on how it is. If they, do it at the end of the day and they're not going to come back, we'll just play it by ear. So I just want you guys to know that we are not going to listen to that. We're not going to listen to Athena's murder, the audio of it, which I'm glad for, because thinking about that, there is a subsection of subhumans who would keep that material and use it for very disgusting, disturbing, and dark purposes. And that's going to just re-victimize Athena all over again. And that little girl endured enough. So they're not going to play that in open. They're not going to play that. It won't be streamed for the media. Okay, so we don't have to listen to that. We also looked up yesterday, because it will be traumatizing for the jurors, whether or not Texas, and specifically Wise County, provides therapy for jurors. And we learned that generally Texas does. It varies by county, and it's not like Colorado, where it's like automatic. The judge can order it. So that's what we learned yesterday. Yesterday. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's get started. I think we are behind just enough that we should be able to skip through lunch, and let's play it.
Your Honor. Investigator Yarrow, welcome back. I wanted to ask you a few more questions from your testimony on Friday. We talked about an incident at the Wise County Jail related to Tanner Horner that occurred after he had been incarcerated, in which there was, I believe, an attempted suicide that you then investigated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that investigation, kind of tell me just a synopsis of what you did.
The synopsis of the scene was I entered the cell. Horner had already been transported to the hospital at that time. My initial is just like any other scene. We're going to photograph the scene in its entirety. We're going to start by taking overall photographs. We're going to move to mid-range. We're going to move to close-ups.
Slow down a little bit. So you took a number of photographs?
I did, sir.
And prior to court today, did I look at some photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
That were part of the photographs that you took that day?
Yes.
In addition to taking photographs, did you take some items into evidence?
I did.
And were some of those items documents?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, what type of documents?
Handwritten letters, sir.
Okay. And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Yarrow, I am going to show you what has been marked in State's Exhibit number 276, 277, 278. There's no 279. There's no document for that. 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285. Have you seen those today?
Yes, sir.
Are those photographs that you took at the time you were investigating this attempted suicide?
Yes.
And are they true and correct as to what they represent in those photographs?
Yes.
You also have the original documents with you if they needed to be entered for purposes of the record.
Yes, I do.
And are these photos, are they true and correct copies of the original documents?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll offer an evidence states exhibit number 276, 277, 278, no exhibit for 279, and then 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285.
Objections?
State's exhibits 276 through 278 and 280 through 285.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to display State's Exhibit number 276. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 276?
So that's the built-in bench within the cell, and on top of the built-in bench are the sealed letters that I recovered from the scene.
And did you lay them out in this manner, or were they that way when you took the photograph?
They were laid out in that manner.
Was there anybody else in that cell besides the defendant, other than the Mercy personnel, that before you took these photographs?
No.
And if we look at these photographs, I'm going to ask you to go from the top to the bottom and read what the envelope says. Can you see that?
For Athena's family.
Okay, that's the first envelope.
Yes.
Second envelope.
Detectives only.
Okay. Third envelope.
It's to Legacy Church.
Okay. Fourth envelope.
And then to Melissa Horner and Jackie, I'm not sure the last name.
Okay. And then finally,
And then to Cassie something.
okay. So with regard to that, then those individual documents, did you take those things into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And so now we're going to look at State's Exhibit number 277. Is that the evidence bag you collected those things in?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you have that actually with you today, correct?
I do.
All right. Now with regard to 278, we're now looking at just a more close-up photograph of the envelope to Athena's family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And inside of that envelope, did it have a handwritten letter?
Yes.
So now we're going to look at 280. Okay, this is 280. Is this the true and correct copy of that handwritten letter, the front side of it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to be able to publish this record by reading it into the record.
Okay.
Thank you. To Athena's family, I wanted to start by saying how sorry I am about Athena. The entire time I've known my legal counsel, they've continued to tell me how I don't need to apologize, shouldn't apologize until the trial, and frankly, I can't hold it in any longer. I've done a terrible thing to your family, and I'm sorry. I can't tell you how many countless nights I've stayed awake, unable to sleep. I pray for you, for all of you. So many were affected by my breakdown. Not just your family, but my own as well. You'll never get to see your baby girl grow up, and I'm sorry. Now my son is going to grow up without his father and protect her. I owe it to you all to explain where my mind is at. Let me start by saying that I have Asperger's syndrome. In other words, I'm on the autism spectrum. I don't do well with change or things that are unpredictable in nature. When I first started out as a driver at FedEx, I was given a singular route, and that route wouldn't change for a while. After a bit, my employer started making random changes to my route, adding stuff from other routes, so they could make more money. I don't do well with change. Again, I can have meltdowns when unexpected changes to my daily routine happen. It was so bad one day I started to have a suicidal episode. I had to leave early that day or I was going to block myself into oncoming traffic. The only thing that stopped me was thinking of my son growing up without his father. So I took off for a week and sought out help. I got put on medication and a week later I was back at work. I've let my employers know how I needed to keep consistent routine and I wouldn't have any issues. However, I was ignored. When I returned, they did the opposite of what was good for someone like me. They made me a floater. They put me on a different route every day, every time, going on to the next page. Now we're going to go on to State's Exhibit number 281. Is this a true and correct copy of the second page of that document, Investigator Yarrow?
Yes.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I reminded them that I needed to be on a routine. It was like it would go in one ear and out the other. My mental health started to steadily get worse because of it. I couldn't just quit either. I had a son and I had to take care of it. Then on top of all that, certain aspects of my home life started to fall apart as well. I guess they got sick of me constantly telling them I needed consistency because they sold me off to another company without me having any say in the matter. In hindsight, I'm starting to think they were attempting to get me to quit, which in retrospect was kind of scummy. After a while, with the new contractor I started with, Big Top Spin, my life started to kind of fall back into place. I got a car again, but I was still consistently stressed and had multiple minor meltdowns because even this new company had no regard for my mental health because they still refused to put me on a consistent route. The holidays came and my stress only multiplied. They forced everyone to work 6-day weeks as volume got higher and higher. It was all the wrong place and the wrong time. I'm sorry I allowed my mental state to be unstable. I'm sorry I took your little angel away from you. She didn't deserve it. You all didn't deserve it. My son didn't deserve to lose his father. My mother didn't deserve to lose her son. My fiance didn't deserve to have her wedding day stripped from her. I pray that my death eases your suffering in some way. The only thing I ask for, forgiveness, and for you to remember my son and show him some grace and mercy, for he no longer has his father. I love you all, and I'm sorry. Hannah Horn. Is that what it says?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, with that envelope, was there also a smaller piece of paper inside of that envelope?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to go on to State's Exhibit number 281. Is this the front side of that smaller piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Side notes. FedEx Ground themselves are quite negligent when it comes to safety. They do nothing to make sure contractors' vehicles are actually road ready. Polaris and Big Top Spin both tell their employees to lie on their beginning and end of day expectation because it's a pain to unground vehicles. And then the backside also had some writing, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to go on to State's Exhibit number 283. I hope this letter both helps you ease your suffering and helps with your case against FedEx. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So basically, this absolute monster decided to make an attempt on his life and write all of these letters. And the first letter being read is to Athena's family, in which he takes zero accountability and blames everyone and everything else. Wow, you absolute piece of crap.
I forgot one thing. I want to go back to the top of State's Exhibit 281. We did not read this part. It says, little asterisk says, just know I have found God through all of this. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Horner, is God lost? Nope. Nobody gives a rat's fat kneecap if you found God. That is absolutely ridiculous. You think that's going to at all ease their pain, particularly after you took zero accountability, zero responsibility? You blamed everything on everyone. It's disgusting. All right, let's keep going.
Now,
Your Honor, we would ask that the state read everything. He omitted the closing.
I believe you skipped one line at the very end, just there.
at the very end. Oh, I apologize. I did write, I love you all, and I'm sorry. Okay, so with love and sorrow and remorse, I love you all, and I'm sorry, Hannah Horner. Is that the part? Susan? Now, in addition to this letter, the other letter I want to talk about is the one that said for detectives only, all right?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to go to State's Exhibit number 284. This is the envelope, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And inside of that envelope, did it have a one-page letter with that?
Yes.
And may I publish this, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Detective, my family is in danger. It's 2 days before my arraignment date, and I'm worried that I'll be killed either to or from my way to court. The day Athena was killed, I wasn't the only one involved. When I pulled up to the house, an older man had pulled a rifle on me and demanded my wallet. It's weird, he almost expected me to be there. After he checked my wallet, he gave me instructions after handing me my wallet back. He told me to take the girl and bring her to a specific spot, parentheses, the area with the tall grass bamboo, in parentheses. He gave me a change of clothes for the girl and told me to have her changed into them before handing her over to him. He had threatened my family and I didn't know what to do, so I just went along with it. Don't tell the media, BTW, IDK, if he's going to do something. If I'm killed on the way to or from the courthouse, I'll assume it was him. When I handed her over, she seemed like she knew him. It kind of freaked me out, and she calmed down after seeing him. I shut my headlights off and followed them, and I saw him park his truck by that creek. The next day, I went by there after work and saw the girl's body. I put her body in the water. I needed to get this out, even if it was just in writing. Don't tell the media. Don't tell my family. They'll tell the media. Don't tell the family of Athena until after their lawsuit against FedEx goes through. This is between me and you, detective. As long as it stays between us, my family stays safe. I'll gladly keep the blame as long as they're safe. The man was older, probably 50s, gray hair, short military-style haircut, kind of fat, with a bit of upper body muscle. I handed him the girl's clothes when I gave him her. I either missed the pants or he put them back on the truck somehow. I'm not sure. But 3 times he asked me about the cameras on the FedEx truck. Unless y'all find him, keep it from everybody. I don't want my family hurt. I'm sorry I've been a burden on y'all. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Eduardo strikes again, y'all. This is Tanner. Did you watch Letitia Stauch's trial? Were you like you are taking, or were you in communication with her? What in the actual F, bro? It's like you took all the pages out of her handwriting, out of her handbook, and are just going with it. Just, hey, there's a mysterious other suspect. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. The God.
We can turn the lights back on. With regard to that, in one of those letters, is he taking responsibility?
Yes,
Which one?
the first.
Okay. What about the other one?
No.
Is he blaming it on somebody other than himself?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, not yesterday, but last Friday, when you were testifying, we admitted a number of pictures of the clothing that you took out of the defendant's locker. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe we admitted maybe one or two of those items. We didn't admit all of the ones that I had meant to admit. So I want you to look at a couple of things. State's Exhibit number 227 can you tell us what? Do you recognize that person?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is going to be the suspect's underwear, sir.
Okay. And did you collect those and take them into evidence after you did whatever processing that you were going to do?
I did.
Okay. And what kind of processing did you do on them?
Collected more photographs in the lab, and then I also took swabs.
After doing that, did you seal them up in this package?
Yes.
And were they then later transported somewhere else, and there's some type of an opening on the bag to indicate that they were processed at a different location? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I'll offer the evidence State's Exhibit 227.
Your Honor, we object as to relevance. This evidence was collected 3 days after the event, and there was no testimony that this was the underwear that he was wearing at the time of the incident.
Objection to Rule 6, Exhibit 227 is removed.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 228. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, sir. This is actually a long hair that I collected off of the inside of his underwear.
Okay. And was that also, appears, opened later at a lab
Yes.
and looked at?
Yes.
I will offer the evidence State's Exhibit 228.
We do have the same objections for all of these exhibits. If they're all, I'll let you, what I'm saying is if you have the same objections, you don't have to repeat it. I would just assume it's the same objection.
Well, I understand, Your Honor. The objection we have to this one is that this is... May we approach?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you guys. My Minnie Bendy called me on FaceTime. She's wanted to update me on a doctor. Hold on a minute. Let me pause this. She wanted to update me on her doctor's appointment after her car accident a few weeks ago. And I'm going to update y'all because this is some BS. This whole time she has been complaining about her arm hurting, and it's really the singular thing that she was complaining about at the hospital in Florida. And they thought she was just being a baby. She's got a fractured elbow. So she actually had a serious problem, and those a-holes just gaslit that kid. And I don't appreciate that. All right, but she's okay, you guys. They've got her going to do physical therapy and all the things. So, all right, here we go.
Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 2, started with 227, now I'm going to jump back to 226. State's Exhibit 226, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit 226?
This will be the FedEx polo shirt that I collected.
Okay. And was that also processed by you, put into evidence, and sent later to a lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit 226.
Your Honor, that would be the same objections.
Okay, that you had for 227.
Correct, Your
Okay.
Honor, and I believe that will be for the next few items as well.
Okay, those objections are overruled. States 226.
And then finally, I'm going to focus on State's Exhibit 229. Can you tell me what State's Exhibit 229 is?
Yes, sir. This is going to be the suspect's pants. It's going to be his blue jeans that were collected from the bag at the jail.
Okay. And these were what he was wearing at the time he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
I will offer State's Exhibit 229 in evidence.
Same objections.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're overruled. States Exhibits 229 are admitted. And you may have running objections to all of these.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I will pass you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. May I first, Your Honor?
Yes? Not on the record.
Yep. If you want to ask them something, you want.
Yeah, first witness, Your Honor.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 36 through 43, and I'd ask you to take a look at those.
Morning, Counselor. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
As a part of your investigation into the suicide attempt at Wise County Jail, you didn't just take pictures of the letters involved, right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the entire cell.
Correct.
And on defense exhibits number 36 through 43, are those true and accurate representations of the cell as you saw it that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we offer states, I'm sorry, defense 35 through 43?
Okay.
Your
You
Honor,
said
Judge.
well, hang on, you said 36 to start out, is
I
it
did.
35?
It is 35.
35 through 43. Any objections?
Only to, I don't have the number, but the one that was taken at the hospital was not taken by this witness and was not, he doesn't, he can't.
That objection is overruled. Defense exhibits 35 through 43 are admitted.
You have published, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, y'all, I gotta say, I am conflicted. Let me tell you why. Because this level of petty is normally something that I actually appreciate. But in this situation, we're paying the petty toll, and I don't appreciate it at all. The defense strongly objected to this trial, to there being cameras in the courtroom, okay? And the judge acquiesced during all of the pretrial motions. He kept the media out. However, this is a capital murder trial that we're now in the punishment phase of. So I think he did the right thing because transparency in the courtroom is important. And there were a lot of people, myself included, who followed this case, who are invested in this case, who want to see justice for Athena, but her level of petty is too high.
Correct. No further questions.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objections.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Who do you have next?
Dave Rogers, Judge.
Is this one of the witnesses I need to do something outside the present?
Yes, Your Honor, we need a quick court iron on him, and then you have that.
Okay. Y'all retire to your jury room. I'll be calling you back out in just a few minutes.
Thanks, Papa, for your testimony. Have a great day.
All right, everyone may be seated.
Here we go.
Let's get the witness.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry about that. Anna said if she's this petty in a courtroom, imagine what she's like if you divorced her. She'd be awful to divorce. Yeah. Amber says, I hate that they just focused the cam on Athena's mom. Her dad is standing right behind her. Give the lady a break. Jeez. Yeah. She needs a break. Bless her heart. And I mean that in the genuine way, not the petty Southern way. I mean that in the genuine Southern way.
Solemnly swear or affirm testimony in this cause will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. The rules in effect, so be sure to follow it, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ms. Jewell? Oh, Mr. Berry?
Yeah, well, it's my witness, Your Honor, but I don't know what they have questions for.
How do y'all want to
I
handle
can start, Your Honor.
Okay.
But the issue is going to be, I think he's going to be used to introduce state's exhibits, what's been marked state's exhibits 116 through 178.
Okay?
So,
And this is on your, out of your motion to eliminate?
yes.
Okay.
Well, I also would like to take him on board our see, did he actually take those photographs? If not, who took them? Obviously, able to argue their admissibility, and then after that, I'd like the court to do a 403 due process evaluation to see whether they're more prejudicial or probative, whether they're cumulative, whether they tend to prove in fact that's been relevant.
It would state hand me state's exhibits 160 through 176 and 178, and then Mr. Noble, while you're doing your questioning, I can look at the exhibits. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just so we also are introducing state exhibit 143 and 152.
You need to see those.
No, Your Honor, I've looked at them already.
So do you anticipate that there would be any objections to 142 through 143, 143 through 152?
And the phone, that's 153, sorry.
Not for 143 through 149, I would ask about 150 through 152, same question that you proposed.
Let me see 150 through 152.
I'll say this, if anybody's going to voir dire this witness, I'm glad it's the male judge because his demeanor is more tolerable than
150 and 152.
hers.
150 through 153.
153 is the physical phone, Judge.
I'm sorry?
153 is the physical phone.
Oh, okay.
He-
Okay,
There.
that's fine. Okay, Mr. Goble.
Agent Rogers, I'm Steve Goble, I'm the attorney for Mr. Warner. Wanted to ask a couple of questions. I don't know if you're familiar, what's been pre-marked in State's Exhibit 150 is a photo of a phone in a wristband at 12/2/22. Are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And were you the one who took that photograph?
I was not the one, but I was present.
Okay, so who took the photograph?
It was a photographer for our team, Lisa Redwine, I believe.
It's the red line. So why would you be the officer at that position?
As senior team leader, I'm the one who oversees the whole scene, so I would be present during all activities. To include being the person who was on the chain of custody.
And how many team members were present that day?
Say again?
How many team members were present on December 2nd for the arrest van search?
Approximately 9 people plus Weiss County Sheriff's technician, Amy. No, sir, I did not take a
Who
photograph.
took that photograph?
It would have been Lisa Redmond, the photographer.
And
I believe, I mean,
uh,
I believe without looking at the photo log,
Hang on, so you're questioning.
I have the same question for State's Exhibit 152, who took the photograph, and it's just a different thing from the rest of
same thing, same person.
And did you oversee any of those photos being taken?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean, did you direct them to be taken, or were you just there? What's looking?
Correct, I was there.
Okay. And what happens to is this a digital camera? How does those actually get processed? How do they make it?
It's, yeah, our photographer shoots it on a SD card and then creates the disc.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she didn't give that SD card to you?
No, sir. That stuff is handed over to the Wise County Sheriffs for their evidence.
Okay. She takes the photos, takes the SD card out, and gave it to Deputy Amy?
Yes, sir.
What about what's been marked State's Exhibit 153, the phone? Were you the one to see that?
The purple phone, the Samsung phone, or the Motorola phone with the purple case? Is that what we're talking about? I don't have the picture in front of me anymore, sir.
Judge, could you hand him State's Exhibit 150?
150, okay.
Yes, sir.
That's the phone we're talking about?
The one that was, yes.
Were
The
you the
one that
one
was
that
collected.
located that?
I was there, I mean, I saw it inside the FedEx truck, yes, sir.
Okay, and you weren't the one that seized it?
I wasn't the one who collected it, but I was there when we gave it to the evidence over to Wise County.
Okay, so who collected it?
It was Ashley Groover and Alyssa Porter that collected it.
And they gave it to Deputy Amy?
So they collected it, they put it in an evidence collected log, logging it into it. At the end of it, it is either myself or the team leader that gives over the evidence to the Wise County.
Okay, so basically what's happening here is they're not objecting to the evidence itself. What they're objecting to is that it is being, that the state wants to admit this evidence in through this witness. And their argument is he's not the person that took the photographs. So he's not the witness that these items can be introduced through. Now, a lot of this seems to have to be dealing with what's going on around a phone, Tanner's phone from the arrest vehicle. If that, I don't know if he analyzed that phone, because that's not what we're learning about right now. And maybe that is why they called him versus calling the FBI agent who actually took the photographs of the phone. I'm not 100% sure why or what he has to do with the phone.
So who is the team leader?
The team leader for that site was Tim Smiley, and I was a senior team leader.
What's been marked State Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178? Were you the person who took those photographs?
I am not the person who took the photographs. It is our photographer who did.
Which photographer was that?
It would have been Thomas Ainsworth, assisted by Lisa Redmond.
What was your role on that?
I was a senior team leader. I oversaw the planning and coordination of that recovery.
How many people were on your team at that time?
Our full team showed up, but only 7 people took part in the actual recovery.
And when those photographs were taken, would that SD card have been given to Deputy Amy?
All of the items would have been given to Detective, Amy. I'm sorry.
State's Exhibit.
Also, let me refresh the chat's recollection. Detective Amy is the detective from the Wise County Sheriff's Department who, in another case, due to what she did in another case, she found herself on the Brady list, which we went over last night about what the Brady list is. We've already gone over that live here when it happened on Friday. So I think I think a lot of this, quite frankly, is going to be preserving the record for appeals.
177 is a diagram. Photograph the diagram of that.
What number, 177?
177.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that we're actually entering that in evidence.
I was gonna say, I didn't see 177.
That's fine.
Okay.
I got 176. and 177.
Because remember, when it comes to an appeal, a direct appeal, right, which what he is eligible to appeal on will be potentially, right, if the jury comes back and decides that he should get the death penalty. That is where the appeal will come into play, and he can directly appeal the sentencing. And the only thing the appellate court can use with a direct appeal is the court record. So that's why this is all being done. It's rather tedious, but it is important to the process.
Okay, so you are supervising, you said 7 other people participating in that scene?
I was one of the 7, and I was assisting with the scene. I was actually involved in the scene.
And how many total were present?
6 plus me, which would make it 7. We're at the recovery. There's more of our team in the vicinity, but those ones that took place in the recovery was a total 7.
That's pretty confusing. What does that mean on in the vicinity?
So we came from processing the other FedEx truck and then our whole team goes out there, and then it was my choice of who was selected to go down to recover the body.
Okay, were you directing the photographer which photograph to take?
I don't direct her specifically, but she knows that she has a certain role, and that is to take the entry photos, evidence photos, and exit photos.
And were you directing any of the people involved in evidence collection?
We had a plan before we went down to do the recovery, yes, sir.
All right. So not only are they talking about the photographs of the recovery of evidence from the arrest truck, they're also talking about recovering Athena and the photographs of that.
So what does that mean? You had a plan? You'd identify what they were collecting?
So how we were going to approach down, who was going to be in the water, who was going to be on the shore, how the photographs, where would we be taking the photographs at, how the body was going to be manipulated to take those photographs, and then to package or put the body into a body bag and then have it brought up to where it was released. So all of those was in plan.
Any questions, Ms. Dooley?
Just one. As for the body recovery, were you physically in the water with the Athena Strand?
Yes, I was.
So you were there at the scene the entire time?
Correct.
Objections?
As to each item for objection will continue that he cannot establish the chain of custody by himself. He was not directing the photographs to be taken. He's not identifying which items were to be seized. He is the supervisor, which is a role. And then in turn, the FDH department 160 through 178, excluding 177. We continue our objection under 403 and due process that they're cumulative, they are not relevant at this point. The court needs to take into consideration that they do show a body that is unclothed. The photos may be considered gruesome, and particularly the photo of the body bag, I don't think adds anything to the punishment phase of this trial.
Those objections are overruled, and if offered in the presence of the jury, the court will allow these exhibits to be admitted. You have a running objection, Mr. Goble?
Yes, sir.
Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Now, just so if you know, if you guys are concerned, I know we heard what the last exhibits are that the defense objected to, and they are of the recovery of Athena. The judge has issued a standing order that graphic photographs of the victim, Athena Strand, will not be streamed. Will not, so the camera will pan away. You guys don't have to worry. They're not going to show them, so you guys don't have to see them. Unfortunately, the jury will. I do find it interesting that on the one hand, the defense is wanting, they question the investigation and how it was handled and who did what and was it done correctly and according to protocol and all of those things. But then hold on. Sorry, you guys. Sorry about that. But then out of the other side of their mouth, they're arguing that the photographs taken of the recovery of Athena Strand from that cold creek are cumulative, more prejudicial than probative, and because they are what they are, and they're going to be gruesome because it is a 7-year-old child, that it's highly prejudicial and all of them don't need to be shown. Like, I mean, I know why they're doing it and I get why they're doing it, but it's still like annoying.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Dewell.
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead and state your name after the jury.
My name is David D. Rogers II.
And who are you employed by?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I've been with the FBI over 20 years.
And in your 20 years, what all roles have you had at the FBI?
Initially, I was an investigator for domestic terrorism and international terrorism. Then I worked approximately 15 years as a weapons of mass destruction investigator, which is chem, bio, rad, nuke, explosive investigations. And then I took the role as a senior team leader for our evidence response team, our crime scene team, for approximately 4 years, and then I recently now a cyber agent for the criminal. And I have also been a part of our hazardous evidence response team since 2011. I've been a part of our evidence response team since 2018. And like I said, in 2021, I took the role as a senior team leader who's over the entire team of 32 individuals plus alternates.
You talk real fast.
Oh.
Slow down.
Apologize.
I just got noticed like that too. What type of training and education did you have to have these roles?
So in order to be on the crime scene team or even the hazardous evidence response team, you have to have 40 hours of training in each discipline. So it's 2 weeks of training. And then in addition to those trainings, you have others. So I've had post-blast, which is explosive recovery training. I've had large vehicle post-blast training. I've had human remains recovery training that is approximately a week. I've also facilitated some of those trainings with our anthropologists that are in the Dallas area. I have also attended other trainings that dealt with body recovery stuff.
Were you asked to assist on the investigation in this case for Athena Strand?
Yes, I was.
And when were you first asked to assist?
I was, as senior team leader, I was asked by my supervisor to respond out to the abduction site and went there on that behalf with a small group of people to be in the area in order to make a determination how many people, where we needed people to go.
You mentioned that you were the senior team leader for this team. What is a senior team leader's role?
My role is to coordinate and plan all the operations on scene, to include and also training and making sure that people on our team are certified to go and handle crime scene teams or crime scenes.
On December 2nd of 2022, did you participate in what I'm going to call the initial search of an arrest van?
Correct.
If I call the van, the arrest van, do you know which van I'm talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall what license plate that van had?
I believe it was GCP 0468.
I'm sure we're talking about the same van. On this initial search, what did you and your team do?
Because the vehicle was brought to us, we knew that there was items in there that was what the investigators wanted. We were able to take a picture, or we were able to look into the vehicle and see that there was a cell phone and a bag that was visible in the vehicle, and therefore we collected those 2 items.
The 2 items were collected were the backpack and a phone.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 143 through 152. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, I did.
And what are you looking at?
This is the FedEx vehicle that the individual was arrested in and had personal belongings in.
And were you there when those photos were taken?
Yes, I was.
And do all of those photos fairly and accurately depict the scene and the items that were in place that day?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 143 through 152.
That's appropriate.
State's Exhibits 143 through 152 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Publish State's Exhibit 143 on our screen. What am I looking at here?
You're looking at the FedEx vehicle that we processed, collected evidence.
Zoom in a little bit. Do you see that license plate number?
Yes, I do.
And can you read that?
It's Golf Charlie Papa 0468, so GCP 0468.
Is that the license plate with the arrest band?
Yes, it was.
Publish State's Exhibit 148. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the cab of the vehicle. In the picture, you can see the cell phone right in the middle console. We take the photos of the entry photos is how we see it when the door is open, so nothing is manipulated from our end when we get in there.
Are we showing all the photos here today, or were there more photos than what I showed you?
Of that day,
Yes.
I believe this is all the photos. Yeah.
And show you what's marked, or has been admitted as State's Exhibit 149. What are we looking at here?
The cell phone still in the console with appears something on the screen.
Are all these photos taken before anybody has touched the items?
Is before our team touches the items, correct?
I believe you said before that this item was collected by the FBI team.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 153. And do you recognize this item?
This appears to be the item with the supplement, yes.
Sir?
Yes, this appears to be the item with the supplement.
And how do you recognize it?
It has on here the description that was collected by the FBI from the FedEx vehicle.
And
And then released to Wise County, and then opened on March 14th, 2024, and then packaged in here.
And was your team who originally seized and collected that
Yes.
item?
Yes.
And what did you do with that item once it was collected?
Once we collected it, we provided a chain of custody to the Wise County's office.
And other than the addition of that package, has it been altered or tampered with in any way to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state option to evidence State's Exhibit 153.
No additional objections.
Those previous objections are overruled and States 153 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And do you go by Special Agent?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Special Agent Rogers, as soon as you guys were in the middle of or concluding that initial search of the arrest van, what did you do next?
We got a call that said that we requested the assistance of our team by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Public Safety, Texas Rangers.
Is that still on that same date of December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, it was the night of on December 2nd.
Where were you asked to go?
We were asked to go to a county road, 922 County Road. That was about 15, 20 minutes from that location, I believe.
Do you recall about what time of day or night it was?
We finished up around 7:30 from the Weiss County office, and then departed to the where the recovery was to occur.
Was it already dark out?
Yes, it was.
When you arrived on that scene, what did you see?
Coming down the road with a team in our supply vehicle, it was lined with first responders. As we approached, we were able to set up our vehicle on the bridge area, and then was able to and then deploy some. There were some lights out there, but we had some other lights that we utilized to brighten the area.
And you mentioned your team. Who all from your team was with you at that point?
Collectively, it was all the people that were from the Weiss County Sheriff's Office that came out there, and then we got on the bridge, and then we had to assemble a smaller team of 7 individuals.
And a smaller team of 7 individuals to do what?
Obviously, it's a hard decision to make. We wanted to choose, with the assistance of the team leader and our senior members, we kind of compiled some names that we thought could handle the scene. Obviously, this is going to be a traumatic scene, so we wanted to make sure that we had people that could handle it. It's very easy to just select people, but we know what's going to happen in the aftermath of it. So, this team is made up of people who go above and beyond, that put the mission first ahead of their own personal costs, and it is their opportunity, our opportunity, to give those who have been silenced by tragedy a voice, and that voice is justice. And so we all
Sustained.
we all go.
That's enough, that's enough.
Well, although it may not be relevant legally, I appreciate it. So thank you, sir.
Okay.
No, that's enough. Next question.
Hey, Judge. As a senior team leader, is it your job, if you will, to pick who those 7 individuals were going to be?
Yes, it is.
Were you one of those 7 individuals?
That was one of the 7 individuals. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Was one of the 7 individuals somebody to take photos?
Yes.
And can you walk us through that process, that once you arrived on scene, what did you do first?
So once we are received, and then we're organizing the team of who's going to do what. We have an individual who's a photographer. We have an individual who's a photo logger. We have then individuals that are going to go into the water to do recovery, into individuals that are going to assist with that, as well as processing the body once it's out.
And were you present during this entire time?
It was.
And Robert Approach?
Yes.
I am showing here what has been marked as States Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178. And do you recognize all of these photographs?
I do.
And you were present on scene during all of these?
Yes, it was.
And does this fairly and accurately depict the scene and the body recovery as you personally saw it that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state option to evidence States Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178.
Any objections other than those previously given to the court? Yes.
Why are there new objections now? What are you guys doing? I mean, come on. We've already handled this. This is annoying. And yes, Nate said he is clearly not Southern. Y'all speak much slower than we do as you drive further north. Yes. And there's a difference in the way people from different parts of the South speak. There's a difference between a twang and a drawl. So, like Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, they have a drawl. I think Texas and Louisiana, to my ear, have more of a twang. Tennessee has a drawl.
176 and 178 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. New published States Exhibit 160. And can you describe what we're looking at here?
So you're looking at that bridge, and then you're looking down off of it to the water, and that's concrete block right there. And then on the other side of that block is where the remains were recovered.
Can you zoom back out a little bit? What are we seeing kind of more in the distance where those vehicles are?
Okay, so you're seeing what I talked about coming up that path where the first responders, then off, there's a post there, it's hard to see, but off to the right is a kind of a barrier where cars can park there. It's kind of a graveled area. There is a little pass on the other side of that little barrier there where we would walk, where we end up walking down to the site.
When you say there's like a little path,
Like,
you describe the path.
just a beaten path where people have walked before.
We'll show you what's marked as States Exhibit 169. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at a different angle, but closer to the right side of where that concrete block was. And it's looking down towards the water. Where that concrete is, you can go down the left side of it or the right side of it.
When you say go down, is it like a smooth path? Is it rocky? Can you describe that?
It was very slick. It was kind of cobbled, a lot of dirt and rocks that were.
And that concrete block, how high is that?
Roughly maybe 4 to 5 feet or so. Can't really remember how tall it was.
Were you one of the individuals that physically got into the water?
Yes, it was.
And can you describe to us your process for getting into the water and to like getting down those paths with your team, and who was there?
Okay. So prior to going down, I gave team assignments for what people were going to do. We were going to wear Tyvek suits and then gloves as personal protective equipment to go into the water. Myself and Tim Smiley went into the water to recover Athena, and then we had 2 individuals that were on the shore. There was a rope because of how the edge of the water was. It was very rocky. It was very unstable, kind of being able to get your footing. It was obviously you're in the water, can't see anything because it's I think the depth of visibility was only a few inches down, maybe that you could see stuff, maybe 5 or 6 inches. So we had someone that was on the shore with a rope, also in personal protective equipment to help us, because we knew that they were going to assist us as we were making our way out of the water, and then to kind of put carry her out of the water and then put her on a flattened area that had another body bag laid down so we could so she wasn't going to be resting on the dirt.
What's been admitted as 172? What are we looking at here?
Kind of towards the middle of the screen, and then a little bit more, in the middle, very middle, you can see was a hand that was barely visible out of under the water. And then you could obviously, from our perspective, because we were in the water, you could only see the hand barely visible. You couldn't see the very outline, but obviously photographs give you that advantage. But we could see just her hand that was kind of under the water.
And is this how you and your team found Athena before you entered the water?
Correct.
So once she's in the water right here, what did your team then do to recover?
So Tim and I, Agent Tim Smiley and I went into the water. I was going to go, I took one side of her body, he took the other side. We grabbed her arm and her leg, and we both were trying to work our way out of the water to where we got to the other two individuals that were standing there to assist us as we came out of the water.
Counsel,
Yes.
I'm not sure what's happening, why they're approaching. Maybe they're thinking about taking a break. I'm not sure.
At this point, I think you were stating that you and another individual were in the water and y'all were, I think, were you handing her off, or what did you do next to get her on the land?
So we, all four people were assisting her body over to the ledge that we were going to place her on so we could take the photographs and then collect the forensic, or maintain the forensic, preserve the forensic evidence that could have been available or on the body. So, like I said, there was a rope that helped guide us because it was rocky, where the footing was unsure, and we were able to kind of move her up into a flattened area where our photographers were.
I'm going to show you 173. And what are we looking at here?
This is the as we came out, I would say it was probably about mid-chest level where that landing was, and that's where we put Athena's body onto the body bag.
How deep was the water?
It was roughly, it was up to about kind of our waist. I remember right around our waist, and it was about 5 feet from the edge into the water.
Placed her on this, and this was a body bag, you said?
Correct. It was.
And what did y'all do at this point?
At this point, as we later up there, our photographers started taking the photographs of the body. As they took the photographs, then we put bags and taped them around her hands, and then after those were photographed, we then rotated her body over to the back side where more photographs were taken, and then eventually rotated back to where she was face up.
Not been published on the screen, but I'd like you to look at what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 174. And I'd like for you to just describe for the jury kind of what we're looking at and what you're doing at that time.
The images of Athena laying on a body bag. She is upright, her face up. The time, you want me to go into what I recall on that moment? As we lifted her out of water and placed her on this bag, I remember her being really cold to the touch, firm, and then with the lights and everything that was on the bridge hitting down, her skin appeared to be glistening, almost kind of angel-like, is what I recall it.
Or
And then I recall bubbles escaping right where her mouth is. She was blowing bubbles, and as that moment where you kind of see it, then also the reality of it sits in of the trauma that was very apparent on her body.
Your Honor, may I first witness?
yes.
Your Honor, may I publish this on the journal?
Yes.
Especially Your Honors. At this point, what did you guys do to finalize getting Athena into the body bag?
So once all the pictures were taken and her hands were bagged, we then placed her in a body bag, which prior to that was there was a determination that the body was deceased by the Justice of the Peace, and then we zipped up and then put our identification tags on it, and then brought it up to the funeral home that was going to take the body and then have it go to the medical examiner's office.
Who brought her body up to the funeral?
It was our team that brought her up.
I'll pass this.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Agent Rogers, you were not the person who took those photographs,
Not those, no sir.
and all the photographs and any evidence collected were turned over to Deputy Gaming.
Yes, the Wise County. Yes.
That's what it's from.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Let us take our morning break, okay? I'll call you back in just a few minutes.
Obviously, it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, just in case you're not watching and you're only listening. This is incredibly difficult testimony to hear. And I would encourage anybody and everybody, if you need a break, to take a break. I will also say that I am incredibly proud of the way that the prosecution is handling this sensitive evidence, to not publish it on the screen at all, only to show it to the jury, because they're very keenly aware that Athena's family and loved ones are in the gallery, and also because to put it back on the screen allows Tanner Horner the opportunity to go back to that moment, as these types of monsters frequently do. And they denied him that, which I'm glad that they did. I could not be more proud to be from the great state of Texas. Now, I'm not saying we're perfect over here. We've done some things. We have some people that have done some things as well. But in this situation, in this case, I am incredibly proud of this prosecution team, and I'm incredibly proud of law enforcement and how this entire case was handled with the utmost care, concern, sensitivity, to preserve everything that they needed to preserve to get to this point where we can now have justice for 7-year-old Athena Strand. All right, let's skip ahead.
May I approach court, please?
Hey, Justified, I don't know exactly what you're going through, babe, but I'm glad you're here to marinate. And I know that you're going, no matter what the decision is and how tough it is, I know you're going to make the right one, the best one for you and your family. So thanks for being here. I'm thinking of you, sending good juju to you.
Both sides ready for the jury? Yes, sir. Let's go.
Judge, I think you have something that I need. Nope. Thank you, sir.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Berry, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dwyer, welcome.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jessica Dwyer. That's D as in dog, W-Y-E-R. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner and Director of the Crime Lab for the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas County.
And can you tell me, as a medical examiner, what is sort of your job description?
So a medical examiner is the same thing as a forensic pathologist. Pathology is an area of medicine that's focused on the study of disease. Forensic pathology is even more specific. It focuses on the study of death. So that's basically what I do.
And can you tell us what kind of background, training, experience you've had to qualify you for the job that you currently hold?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Animal Science from Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. Following that, I obtained a medical degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center of San Antonio, which is in San Antonio, Texas. Following that, I completed a combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency with the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then following that, I did a year of specialized training in forensic pathology that's called a fellowship. And that was with the Office of the Medical Examiner of Allegheny County, which is also in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then along the way, there are 3 licensing exams that you have to take in order to practice medicine in the United States. Passed all of those on the first attempt. And I also have 3 board certifications in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, all of which I passed on the first attempt.
And since you have become a medical examiner with the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences, have you, I guess, been given other duties than just the level of medical examiner?
Yes, sir. As the Director and Chief Medical Examiner, I have a lot of administrative duties as well, but I do still perform autopsies every day.
Or do you have supervisory duties over the others?
Yes.
And with regard to an autopsy that was performed on the date of, I believe it was December 3rd of 2022, approximately 7:30 a.m. on an individual by the name of Athena Strand. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And so I just stated the date it was on, but how was it that you first became aware of this case? And was it different? Were you just on duty that day, or did you specifically go to perform the autopsy on this particular day?
I was scheduled for work that day, so whatever cases are reported to the office that we ultimately bring in for an examination are your task for the day. So in this case was reported from the Justice of the Peace in Wise County, and they had requested us to perform the autopsy, and that was my assignment for the day.
And according to your understanding, what was that day in relation to the date where her body was located?
So I believe the body, because this was a Saturday morning, I do remember it was on a Saturday. I believe her body was discovered Friday evening, and the case was reported to us somewhere in the late evening, early morning on Saturday, the December 3rd.
And is that common or unusual as far as an autopsy being performed so quickly? How does it normally take place?
No, for cases that are reported to our office and brought in for an examination, we try to maintain a 24-hour turnaround time, so this is not unique.
Okay, you talk real fast.
I'll try. I know. I'll try.
Your footwork not balanced.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the autopsy on Athena Strand, can you kind of just walk us through just the basic process of what happens from the time that a body is delivered to the medical examiner's office until the point that you encounter it?
So the process of an autopsy?
Well, the process of getting it to you.
Okay.
Yes.
So in this instance, the body is actually brought to our facility, specifically the morgue area. We do scan the body in. The body bag is sealed with a plastic tag that we keep closed until the time of the examination. But as the body is scanned into the building, it doesn't mean that we are automatically starting the autopsy at that point. So we have a cooler that they stay in until the autopsy is performed. And then not the process of the autopsy, just the intake part, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So once you are ready to begin the process of the autopsy, let me ask you this first of all. What's the purpose of the cooler?
So it is kept at a cold temperature to just preserve the condition of the body.
And is that slow the rate of something?
Decomposition, slows the rate of decomposition, yes.
And are there some documents that you usually have to have in order to do an autopsy?
There are some documents that we typically have before the autopsy, yes.
And can you kind of describe what that is?
So our building is a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week operation, but I am not physically in the building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Who answers the phone for our facility are our forensic investigators. So anytime a death is reported to our facility, it's the death investigator that is taking that information, determining if this case needs to actually be brought in for an examination, etc. So they will draft a report of all the things that were reported to them by whoever is reporting the death. So it's called an investigator narrative. So that's given to the medical examiner prior to the case, so we have an idea as to what's the circumstances of the death and kind of helps us triage our cases for the day.
So you had some understanding of what was the circumstances before you did the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Do you also have to be given some official authorization from somebody in the county that it comes from in order for you to do an autopsy?
So because I'm an employee of Dallas County is my jurisdiction. However, when another county is requesting our office to do an autopsy, they have to provide an authorization form stating we're requesting Dallas County to perform this autopsy, correct?
Now, as you are conducting an autopsy, do you take notes, fill out diagrams, things like that, to record your findings so that later you can put them in your autopsy report?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what that's called?
We kind of colloquially refer to them as our bench notes. Essentially, it's all the notes from the case that I'm going to then take to my desk after I'm done with the case so I can officially memorialize it in a more organized, neat fashion into an autopsy report.
Now, before an autopsy report comes out, is there another short form report that is often issued by the medical examiners before the final autopsy report?
So we do have a cause of death report that you can request through our office, and what it is it's on official letterhead, and it just provides the cause and manner of death for the decedent with the signature of the pathologist performing that examination.
And then, of course, the final document would be your examination report. What is that called?
You're talking about the finalized autopsy report?
Yes.
Yes, that's the neat version. It also incorporates any findings from toxicology or some ancillary testing that we may or may not request, but that is the comprehensive finalized report.
May I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Dwyer, I'm going to show you 4 different documents. State's Exhibit number 271, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit number 271?
This is the autopsy authorization form for decedent Athena Strand that's signed by Judge Jan Morrow, who is the Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1 in Wise County, Texas.
And State's Exhibit number 272, you may have to look through that and see if you recognize all the pages.
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit number 272?
This is a copy of my bench notes.
Okay. And chronologically, that would come during the autopsy itself, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, following the autopsy, the short form report, State's Exhibit 273?
Yes, this is the cause of death report, signed by me.
All right. And then finally, State's Exhibit number 274.
Yes, sir, this is a copy of the finalized autopsy report.
Thank you. Do the documents, both of the bench notes, the cause of death report, and the autopsy itself, do those document your findings during the autopsy of Athena Strand on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit 271, 272, 273, and 274.
State's Exhibits 271 through 274 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
We'll start with State's Exhibit number 274. I'm going to leave all this up here because it shows us what the page number is as we're looking at it on your autopsy. So as we look at State's Exhibit 274, it's titled, what is it titled?
Autopsy report.
Okay. Do you see on there the date and approximate time that the body was found?
Yes, sir.
And what is that for purposes of the record?
So date of death is based on when she was found, which was December 2nd, 2022 at 8:45 p.m.
And then what is the date and time that the autopsy itself was performed according to this document?
Where it says examination performed December 3rd, 2022 at 7:30 a.m.
Now, with regard to the autopsy itself, before the autopsy begins, is there an evidence collection? You can turn that off for a second. Is there an evidence collection process that takes place?
Yes.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
Depending on the type of or suspicion of death, we may collect trace evidence at the autopsy. In the event that there's a firearm potentially used in the decedent's death, we would test for gunpowder residue, or we may collect hair, we may collect fingernails, or a blood sample to ultimately be dried on a blood card. Those are some examples of trace evidence we collect.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And of those things that were collected, can you describe them, what was collected in this particular case?
Yes. So we did collect a blood card, so it has 4 spots of dried blood on it. That's to preserve her DNA. We have a sample of her scalp hair, which we also use for DNA. When her body was actually received with her hands covered with brown paper bags, we will keep those brown paper bags. I did perform gunshot residue testing on her hands just because I didn't know what kind of death we were potentially dealing with when I did the case. And then also collected fingernail clippings from both of her hands, her right and left hand. And then we also collected a sexual activity kit.
And the sexual activity kit, can you describe what that is?
So exactly that. It is evidence that may be related to sexual activity. So it's typically swabs and pubic hair collection. So for a man, it would be swabs from the penis and penile urethra, in addition to the anus and the oral cavity or the mouth. For a female, it would be oral cavity, vagina, both the outside and the inside, and also the anus.
And with regard to those things, once they're collected, what happens to them?
They're packaged in a kit, and they ultimately get transferred to our evidence registration. Since this is an out-of-county case, it doesn't automatically go to our crime lab. The county would then have to request testing or analysis of that kit from our crime lab, or they may send it elsewhere, but it gets sent to our evidence registration.
And, yeah, hold on for a second. I need to ask a question real quick. May I approach her?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as 260, states 269 and states 270. Does it appear to have the evidence tape from the Dallas County Medical Examiner?
Yes, with my initials too.
And can you describe, first of all, what would be in State's Exhibit number 269?
So a lot of this writing in yellow tape is not mine, but what I can tell you is that this is typically how I package evidence from a homicide or potential homicide. And there is a sticker itemizing this particular item that correlates to the number for this decedent. And then we will seal the top of the bag with tape and red evidence tape, which I initial. But the yellow tape and everything else, I don't know who did that.
And what would the contents be? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Everything that I just listed that I collected would be in there with the exception of the sexual activity kit.
And then State's Exhibit number 270?
Yes, sir. This is the sexual activity kit.
Okay. And these both relate to the body of Athena Strand and the autopsy done on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I will offer State's Exhibit number 269 and 270 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibits 269 and 270 were admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dwyer, during this process of conducting an autopsy, is there someone there, either yourself or someone at your immediate direction, that takes photographs of this process?
No, I take the photographs.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking the photographs?
So we take photographs on every postmortem examination or autopsy. There's standard photographs we do for every case, and then in some cases they may require additional photographs, essentially documenting with photographic evidence any of your findings.
And do the photographs that you have, are they given specific monikers as far as the name of the photograph itself that are unique, at least within that case, so that there's no mix-up, two things have the same name?
So any decedent that is examined in our office is given what we call a unique identifying number. It always starts with IFS and the year that the autopsy is performed. And so all of the photographs pertaining to this decedent will be labeled with that IFS number.
And approximately, if you know, how many photographs were taken in this case? Yeah.
I don't know the exact number.
Prior to court, though, I think I showed you approximately 38 of the total number of photographs that were taken by you during this autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have an opinion as to whether it would aid the jury in understanding your testimony to, maybe not here in court today, but at some point have an opportunity to view those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So just before we really get into all of this, I just want to say that I am finding this witness quite affable, easy to follow, easy to understand, and I do appreciate the outfit of the day and her overall look, although that has zero bearing on the actual testimony given. I just want to say that I appreciate that because I'm one of those gals. I like to build other gals up. And I also think that it's really commendable and should be appreciated that she took all of her exams, all of her boards, sat for all of her boards, and passed them the first go around. That takes an incredible amount of hard work, studying, dedication, and yes. So, all right. Oh, and also before I forget, Obviously, we're listening to the medical examiner's testimony. She is the one who performed the autopsy on Athena Strand. So the testimony is going to be probably difficult, might be triggering for some people. And if you need to take a break, take a break. Take care of you first. All right, here we go.
Dr. Dwyer, the reason we're doing it this way is to avoid unintentionally displaying photographs that we do not at this time intend to display.
Okay.
So each of the photographs that I'm going to ask you about has been covered with a slip cover, so that if I ask you about it, you're going to have to slide the slip cover or the photograph up, but just if you be careful not to display it unintentionally.
Sure.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'm going to ask you to look at these. Have you seen prior to court today a what I would call a contact sheet that has the different state's exhibit numbers that go with the different photographs in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to show you that. I'm not offering it into evidence, but would aid in your going through these
Okay.
to be able to see that.
Thank you.
Mr. Berry, let's mark that, and we'll admit it as a record purpose.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we spoke about that before we came back, and that's no objection.
Okay.
If we add that to the record,
Okay.
And that would be, I believe, 286 for purposes of the record. Thank you. I put it here on the top right corner, and the court reporter wants me to put it on the bottom right, but I didn't want to cover anything up. So if you would use this during your
Thank you.
testimony.
You offer 286 for the record.
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
no, Your Honor, as long as it's not going to be admitted or published.
Okay. 286 is admitted for purposes of the record.
Regarding the autopsy of Athena Strand, can you tell us how did she come to the medical examiner's office, in what state?
So, are you talking about when we actually are you asking for my observation when we initially opened the body bag and my initial view of the body?
Well, I mean, let's talk about the body bag first of all.
Okay.
What is the body bag?
So, decedents are typically transferred to and from our facility within a plastic pouch that is a body bag, just so you can maintain privacy and they can be transferred in and out of the facility discreetly
Okay.
and preserve evidence.
And if there's any additional debris, fibers, other things that have come off of the body, is it also to help preserve those things?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go about the process of, is there some type of a procedure that is done even before the body is removed from the body bag?
Yes. So let me also backtrack. We work with when I do an autopsy, I work with an autopsy technician, and we work side by side. So they are ultimately the ones that will go and retrieve the body from our cooler. In addition, before the autopsy, they can do a postmortem X-ray, which is just like what you're familiar with from a hospital, and we're just looking for any potential foreign material that we would want to collect, any evidentiary items. And then the body is brought to the autopsy station, and then we break the seal, open the body bag, and I will document the condition of the body with photographs. We typically refer to those as is photographs, because it's before we do anything to the body.
And were those things done in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And what can you tell us whether or not there were any foreign objects that were identified as part of that X-ray?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to the body itself, you said that you took some as-is photographs, and I would ask you to refer in your book there to, and if you need to remove those from that book to be more discreet, however you need to do it, it's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
But State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, could you personally look at those and tell me if those are the as-is photographs that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to go through this process in a way where, rather than displaying them, I'm going to just ask you to describe
Sure.
what you're seeing for purposes of the record. And that way, if there's any question about it later, they can refer back to your testimony.
Okay.
So with regard to State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, the as-is photographs, would you please describe what you're looking at in those photographs?
So there are two of them because one is the upper half of her body, including her head and face, and then the second one is the lower half of her body, including her legs and feet. And so basically how I received her is that she is naked, there's no clothing, and both of her hands are covered with brown paper bags, as I referred to previously, that are actually secured around her wrists with tape. And then her body was covered with kind of a brownish dirt silt appearance, and there was also fragments of vegetation within the body bag and within her scalp hair.
And just for understanding for the jury, when you take the photograph, is there anything that is covered up on the body as you are taking the photograph?
No.
Okay. Those documents, though, State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, have certain portions of that photograph been covered just for discretion's sake.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's go ahead. We're going to look at your autopsy report, and I think we can do this without the light off. The first thing you do is the external examination. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you just kind of describe in general terms what is involved in the external examination?
So the external examination is also standard process for any postmortem examination. And I always describe it as I start on one side of the body, say a foot, work my way up the entire side of that body to the head, and then to the opposite side of the body. And what I'm looking for is evidence of natural disease, evidence of trauma, any potentially identifying features like hair color, eye color, tattoos, scars, etc. Lots of different things. And once I'm done kind of looking at, and then lastly we will roll the body so that I can see the back of the body. And then once that's complete, that's the end of the external examination.
And as part of this external examination, do you photograph the body both before and after it is, I guess for lack of a better word, cleaned?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, once the as-is photographs are taken, what happens next?
So once the as-is photographs are taken, we would collect trace evidence, if again, depending on the type of case, but you would not want to do that after you've cleaned the body. So we'll collect any trace evidence, and then fingerprint the body, and then we will clean the body. And that way you remove any clothing, any evidence of medical intervention, any dirt, blood, etc., so that you can see the body in its entirety.
Now, I noticed in your report, and I believe we're still on page 1, that you talked about the hair being wet.
Yes, sir.
Was that from it being cleaned or something else?
No, it was received that way.
And commonly in an autopsy, if the person had been wearing clothes at the time that they were deceased, what would you receive? Just the body or something else?
If they had clothing on at the time that they were pronounced, the clothing would still be on the body, or clothing that may be with the body come with the body.
And was any clothing brought to you with the body of Athena Strand?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to the evidence of the body itself, can you just kind of give us, you weigh the body?
Yes, sir.
Right? What was the weight of this little girl?
The weight is 67 pounds.
And what was the height or measurement?
52 inches.
And in layman's terms, or feet and inches? I don't
Man,
know.
make me do math. I'm showing my Tarrant County son. So 60 inches is 5 feet, so she's 8 inches below that, so that's...
4 feet, 4 inches?
Sounds good, yes. I'm so embarrassed.
That's all right. I think the judge would say you did go to Texas A&M. So.
Oh, no.
So did I.
Oh.
With regard to, so Athena's 67 pounds, 4 feet, 4 inches, is that correct? And what was some of the observations that you made during the external examination of Athena's body?
So I already mentioned that she was received naked, no clothing received with the body. There's no jewelry on the body. In addition, like I said, the surface of the body were covered with brown dirt or silt, and there was fragments of brown vegetation within the scalp hair and on the surfaces of her body. She also has what we call pruning or washerwoman changes in the skin of her hands and feet. Other than that, she had some evidence of injury, which is much more extensive than just what I'm describing.
And let's talk about that. Not specifically what the injuries are at this point, but when you open the body bag and you see the body of this little girl, describe for the jury sort of where you're seeing the injuries on her body just from first look.
My initial impression, the first thing I thought is that she is completely congested from the neck up, meaning that it's much darker due to blood kind of being in that area of the body. Trying to think of a better way to describe congested, but it was just, you could tell that there was something going on in the head and neck area. That's before we even cleaned the body.
And congestion, is that related? It's hard. I want to kind of give a lay person's understanding what that means.
It's the best way to describe it is blood's backed up in the vasculature.
And I'm not sure I understand anymore, but what's vasculature?
So all the blood vessels that circulate blood throughout your body are the vasculature system. So it's arteries, veins, and connecting those two are capillaries.
And is that something that you see in certain types of deaths versus others?
Yes?
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
Well, let me say congestion on its own as an isolated finding can be nonspecific. And you can see it in sudden cardiac deaths. You can see it in drownings. You can see it in asphyxial type deaths. So it's nondescript on its own, but a constellation of findings can be more helpful when you're making a diagnosis.
And when you're saying a constellation of findings, are you talking about the overall findings taken together?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, once she was cleaned up, could you still see this congestion, the blood near the skin from her basically mid-chest to the top of her head?
Yes, sir.
And would the fact, I guess I have to frame it to you in a hypothetical situation, if a person had received injuries close to the time of their death and then was immediately put in a cooler type situation, either a colder body of water or a cooler like you have in your laboratory, would that essentially sort of,
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
what would that do? Sorry.
If your objection leading is overruled based on the last statement.
So if I'm repeating your question,
Yes.
if someone had those findings and then died, would they be altered by being put into a cooler?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Would it slow the normal rate of something that might change the appearance over time?
So the coolness of the cooler is to preserve the condition of the body by decreasing the rate of decomposition. That's just a known fact that decomposition slows when it's cold.
So if a body were put into a colder body of water in November, would that also help slow the rate of decomposition?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the body of Athena Strand, we're talking about the external examination. Were there further, go to the next page. This is the page 2, it states exhibit number 274. You kind of went on to describe some more of the findings in the external examination.
Yes, sir.
And I don't necessarily feel like you have to read every word, but if you would give it sort of a synopsis and then maybe also explain as best you can in layperson's terms so we can understand it as well.
Sure. Just starting from the top.
Yes.
So basically, I even mentioned that the head and face exhibit trauma. There's generalized congestion of the head and face, which I just mentioned. I note that her hair is blonde and it's wavy and it's long and that it's damp. And then her eyes are green in color. When you look at the whites of her eyes and the lining of her eyes, you see florid petechial hemorrhages, which are florid just means they're everywhere. Petechial hemorrhages specifically refer to these tiny pinpoint hemorrhages that you see throughout the eyes. Let's see. She has, her teeth are kind of a mixture of what we call deciduous teeth and erupting adult teeth, which is appropriate for a 7-year-old. The neck has trauma, the chest is trauma. I did not appreciate any trauma on her vagina or within her vagina. The vaginal hymen is present and it's intact. I did examine her anus. She had some fecal material on the perianal skin, but I did not see any trauma to her anus. And then her extremities, so the arms and the legs, also showed trauma. Her fingernails are all intact, but the fingernails themselves are dirty. The toenails are also short and dirty. The soles of her feet are dirty, but otherwise unremarkable. And then the back has trauma.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit as we go through this, because there are some photographs, I believe, that correspond to some of these things. Specifically, State's Exhibit number 235, could you examine that and tell me what you see in that photograph?
Sorry, I kind of juggled this. Yes, sir.
Could you just give a brief description of what's shown in that photograph?
So a standard photograph that we take on all of our postmortem examinations is what we call an identification photograph. So it will be a picture of the decedent's face with a number placard with that IFS number, the unique identifying number for that decedent.
And on that placard, if you use that as a cutoff in the picture, meaning you can see what's below and what's above it, do you see a marked difference between what is displayed above that placard from her mid-chest up than what's below that placard?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that difference is?
So again, you can still appreciate the congestion in her head and face, and you can see multiple types of blunt force injuries, essentially from the middle of her upper chest to the top of her head.
And going on to look at, there's a series of them. I believe it's 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, and 241. Do those show her eyes on both sides of her face?
Yes, sir.
And you described, I believe, what you referred to as florid petechial hemorrhages. We're not going to be showing these to the jury at this point, so can you kind of describe, as you're looking at the photograph itself, whichever photographs you think best shows it, identify that photograph and describe what you see there as the florid petechial hemorrhages.
Sorry, let me... So in State's Exhibit 236 and 238, They are photographs of the right eye, showing petechial hemorrhages in the whites of the eye, which is called the sclera, and within the lining of the eyes, which is called the conjunctiva. And then same for States Exhibit 239 and 241.
And what is the significance or possible significance of finding these florid petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, such as in the case of Athena Strand?
Again, as an isolated finding, can be very nonspecific. You can see them in different types of deaths. Sometimes sudden cardiac death, you can have those. Sometimes depending on what position that you die in, you can see those. So as an isolated finding, petechial hemorrhages are not diagnostic, but again, taken in a constellation of findings can be.
Okay. And taken into the constellation of findings in this case, was that significant to you?
Yes,
In what way?
because it wasn't just petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, it was her entire face, basically her entire head, with all of that congestion. So it implies that blood is pooling in that region of the head.
And what are the possible causes of that kind of blood pooling in those regions of the head?
So my big concern was that there was an asphyxial component to this death.
And you say asphyxial component, can you explain that to the jury?
Asphyxia is a fancy word. It's a mechanism for how somebody can die, and there's different types of asphyxial deaths, because you don't just spontaneously asphyxiate. There needs to be an explanation for why it occurred. But basically it means that the body is starved of oxygen. Either the blood supply is cut off or not able to supply blood, especially to the brain or the airway, or the person is not able to actually breathe and get that oxygen into the body. So examples of asphyxial death: smothering, strangulation, mechanical asphyxia, chemical asphyxia. Carbon monoxide is an example, but that's an overview of asphyxia.
Understood. So you said smothering and strangulation are one of the possible
Two
signs.
possibilities.
Two possibilities of asphyxia.
Yes.
So, and you understand that in this particular case, that the defendant, Tanner Horn, has pled guilty to the offense that he was charged with.
Yes, sir.
And that was by causing the death of Athena Strand by smothering and or strangling and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with his hands, his feet, or his body.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense, given the findings that you're describing right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition, do you, first of all, with asphyxia itself, is that a type of blunt force trauma? Or strangling and smothering and strangulation?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a question clarified.
The question was, with asphyxia itself, is that a type of blunt force trauma or strangling and smuggling
Strangulation.
If I can,
and strangulation?
strangulation and smothering, are those a type of blunt force trauma?
Blunt force trauma would indicate that the body comes in contact with a blunt object. That could fall, those both could fall under the umbrella of blunt force injuries.
Okay. So, in addition to that type of blunt force trauma, did you see other indications of blunt force trauma?
Yes, sir.
Can you just from the opening photographs, kind of describe what you're seeing that indicates to you that there was other blunt force trauma?
So, types of blunt force trauma would be as something as superficial as what we call an abrasion or a scrape. You know, it's a friction injury on the surface of the skin. Or it could go deeper to where you have an impact and you actually break the vasculature under the skin, and now you have a contusion, also known as a bruise. Or it could go so far as the blunt object overcomes the elasticity of the skin to where now you've got it creates a gash, or what we call a laceration. So abrasions, contusions, and lacerations are all examples of blunt force injuries. What I saw on the decedent was a mixture of abrasions and contusions. I did not see any lacerations on the skin.
But it had both the abrasions, which are what you described that, more skin level, is that correct?
Yes,
And then the contusions, which are deeper into the musculature of the body, is that right?
yes, under the skin. So it would be what we call the subcutaneous soft tissues or the muscles, all of the above.
All right. So let's go on here. Before you go into the actual evidence of injuries, do you note any potential scars, things like that on the body so that you can distinguish that from the injuries themselves?
Yes,
And as part of your bench notes that you keep, do you have a diagram related to potential scars or other things?
yes.
And what is the purpose of doing that prior to documenting, or I don't know if you do it prior to or after? What order do you
Nope,
do?
same time. I just, for organization purposes, I don't like to have too much messy writing all on the same page. So this is what I do for all of my cases. I have a separate page for like the potentially identifying features, hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, etc. And then I do a separate page for any evidence of injury. But they're done concomitantly
All right. That's a big word. What does that mean?
at the same time.
At the same time. All right, thank you. With regard to, once you've done that, were there any major scarring or other injuries, evidence of prior injuries on the body of Athena Strand?
She just kind of has some scattered scars. I think somewhere on the extremities, on the abdomen, but nothing specific.
Anything unusual for a active, precocious 7-year-old girl?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to the evidence of injuries, let's start talking about that. You talk in your report on the bottom of page 2, you begin with what you call blunt force injuries. Can you distinguish, just as far as terminology, what the difference is between blunt force injuries and some other types of injuries?
So I described previously that a blunt force injury is when the body comes in contact with a blunt object. Contrast to that would be sharp force injuries, where the body comes in contact with a sharp object like a knife or scissors, a razor blade, etc. Those are a different pattern of injuries. We do not have those here, but just to contrast it with blunt force injuries.
Thank you. Now, when you are beginning to document the blunt force injuries on the body of Athena Strand, do you start in a certain area and go other areas after that?
Yes, it's my convention. I like to start with the head and neck, and then I'll move to the trunk and then the extremities. But that's just my convention.
Okay. And is that something that you do on every autopsy?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's talk about the head and the neck of Athena Strand.
Okay.
Because that's the order that is in your autopsy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to kind of give your basic findings, and if you need to, we're going to talk about some of the photographs that go with those in a moment, but if you need to stop and explain a word, because you know we all won't understand it, if you do that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So I'm just going to kind of read what I have written here, but for the head and neck area, so starting with on the forehead, there's a 1.5-inch focus of patterned abrasions that are on the right side of her forehead. So they're abrasions because they're a superficial injury of the skin, but they have this zigzag, almost like a tread-like pattern on the right side of her forehead. And then she also has a 3/4-inch contusion on the middle of her forehead. She has a 3/4-inch contusion above the lateral aspect of her left eyebrow. She has more of those patterned abrasions, the zigzag pattern abrasions and abraded contusions that actually go across both of her eye areas, across the entire nose, from the root to the bulb. This is the bulb of the nose for me. And also across her mid-face, including the cheeks, the philtrum, which is the space between the nose and the upper lip, and she even has it a little bit on her upper lip as well. She also has a 2 by 2 inches abraded contusion on the right temple area of her face. She has a linear abrasion that's 1 1/4 inches just below her left eye. She has a 1/2 inch pale blue contusion of the left cheek that is just anterior to her left ear. She also has a small contusion, it's a 1/4 inch, that's on the helix of her ear, which is the loopy part of your ear. And she has a 1/2 inch contusion on the posterior aspect of her left ear. And then she also has a red contusion just posterior to her left ear, kind of in this area. She has a 3/8 inch contusion of the lower left cheek. She has a small contusion, it's 1/8 of an inch on the right side of her upper lip. When you actually pull up the upper lip and you see this flap of skin that connects the lip to the gums, that's called the frenulum. Just left of that, she's got another contusion of her gums in that area, that's 1/2 inch. She has a very small superficial laceration on the interior of the left side of her lower lip. That's 1/16 of an inch. And then she also has, I'm just going to be real, instead of being descriptive, she has what look like bite marks. It's really a curvilinear series of lacerations that correspond with her upper teeth. She has bite marks on the surface of her tongue. There is a 1 inch linear abrasion on the submental region of her head that's under the chin. She's got a contusion of the right side of the submental region of her head. And then she has a 1/2 inch focus and then a larger 1.5 inch focus where the skin is kind of a discolored gray-brown. And that also had a pattern of abrasions that is different than the zigzag pattern I was seeing on her face. This pattern is square and it looks more like a grate or like a mesh pattern, and that's on the left side of her jaw. She also has more of those zigzag tread-like patterned abraded contusions across the anterior aspect of her neck and the middle of her upper chest. And then she has a 1 3/4 inches linear abraded contusion of the lateral aspect of the right side of her lower neck. And then on the back of her neck, she has a little focus. It's a 3/8 inch abraded contusion, but there's more of those florid petechial hemorrhages that you can even see on the back of her neck.
All right, that's a whole lot.
Yes, sir.
Was there any area on her head, neck, shoulders, face, back of her head, top of her head, back of her back, top of her chest, shoulders that did not have some evidence of injuries?
All of those areas had injury.
And can you render an opinion as to whether those came from one blow or more than one blow?
No, that would be indicative of multiple impact.
And I don't know if you took the time to go through and count how many times that she would have had to be impacted to have the kind of injuries that you saw. But do you have some number in mind?
Multiple.
Would you say you saw 10 injuries, more than 10 injuries?
That's an answer, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, so we're going on to the next. Well, let's talk about the photographs first, okay, with regard to these injuries. State's Exhibit number 242 and 243. What area of injuries are we looking at in those two photographs?
Before she answers, let's just take a break to talk about briefly what she really basically just testified to. Essentially, from her shoulders up, were covered with injuries on a 7-year-old. That's what he did. It's my personal belief that one of the reasons why he pled guilty is not in some effort to take accountability. It was purely selfish, in my opinion. He did this simply to avoid this type of testimony coming out.
I'm sorry, you started with State's Exhibit 242 and ended where?
And 243.
Just those two.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 242 is a photograph documenting the injuries on the forehead that I just described. State's Exhibit 243 is also injuries on the forehead that I just described.
And do those particular injuries, you said that they had some type of pattern to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what you're looking at there as best you can for the jury?
Just how I said it, it's a kind of a zigzag pattern. It almost looks like tread of some sort.
So what she's talking about, we've already sort of heard the beginnings of the testimony about are from his shoes, one of his shoes, both of his shoes, and then the injury on her, like her jawline. I think that is from the floor of the van.
And in those photographs, as well as State's Exhibit number 245, do you have, I guess this is true in all your photographs, do you have some type of measuring device in the photograph so that you can give a reference when you're looking at it as to how big or small those tread patterns are?
Yes, so all of these photographs have a sticker that has a 1-inch scale on it, also with a unique identifying number for the decedent, so that when the sticker is right underneath the area that you're documenting, you can have an idea of the size.
And I asked you before, of the photographs that we have available to us, was there one particular photograph that you felt like could best show this tread pattern that you are referring to?
I mean, there's several. If you want a close-up or if you want a more global.
But one that has the measuring device close in proximity so that you're able to see it well.
Yes.
And which number is that?
State's Exhibit 245.
Okay. And so if you just take that one out of the notebook and just set it to the side, if you would. Not the
Just the
picture
page.
itself, the whole page. We'll leave that for now.
Okay.
I'll come back to it in a little while. Now I want you to talk about well, first of all, what does State's Exhibit number 245, what part of her body does that show, and what do you see as to describe it to the jury?
It's primarily her face, and there is the sticker I was just talking about with the scale. It's just under her lower lip, so you can just see all of the injuries that I previously described that are on her face.
And this tread pattern that you're observing, did it appear to be like one single placement of that tread pattern or more than one?
More than one.
Okay. And is there a difference in your opinion to stomping injuries versus pressing injuries?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
So in my opinion, it would be stomping is with the foot but has force to it, whereas pressing, I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to be the foot, but pressing means it's just held against the surface of the body, not with any sort of force.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to determine, you say not with any sort of force, does it take some force?
Some degree of force, correct.
In order for these injuries to be visible?
Yes.
Okay. But would you expect other associated injuries if it were stomping versus pressing?
Yes.
And what would those associated injuries be?
I mean, I would think that especially if it was on the face, you have a lot of delicate bones that are in the face, so I would expect there to be some fracturing with a stomping injury.
Are these injuries considered by you to be abrasions or contusions or a mixture?
Mixture.
Okay. And kind of explain, as you're looking at it, where do you see abrasions, where do you see contusions? On this photograph, State.
Oh, on this photograph. So on State's Exhibit 45, again, it's all of those types of injuries that you see primarily just in the face area. The forehead, the nose, both eye areas, cheeks, and even the lips.
Where's there associated damage? You say contusions goes into the musculature.
Yes.
Is there contusions associated with these injuries in her face itself?
Not from this picture. She had some contusions well, that's not true. She had some on her forehead. She had one on the lower left cheek area, on her right lip, and then also under the chin.
With regard to, so let's go on to State's Exhibit number 246 and 247. 246, 247, could you describe what those are?
These are both photographs of the right side of her head. 246 is kind of further away. 247 is more up close. And you can see the blunt force injuries I described previously that are on the right side of her head.
And on the right side of her face, as well as on the front of her face, did she have this same tread pattern that you can see in the photographs?
Yes.
Now going on to State's Exhibit number 248, and I believe this, we've already looked at 244, but 248, does that show the other side of her face?
State's Exhibit 248 is the left side of her face.
And then I think it was 244, which is that also the left side?
That's the left side of her head, so you can kind of see it's further away than 248, which is more up close to the left side of her face.
And you described some of the contusions, I think, were on that side of her face.
Yes, sir.
And for a contusion rather than abrasion, is it more or less force that is generally needed to cause a contusion versus an abrasion?
More.
Okay. Now, on that same side of the face, you described, and I'm going to refer you to State's Exhibit number 249, you described something around or associated with her left ear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you describe what that is?
So she had a, let me find it in my report.
I believe it's
Sorry.
referring to your report.
Yes,
for
okay,
purposes.
here it is. She had contusions measuring up to 1/4 inch on the helix of the ear, which I said is the top of the ear here. And she had a 1/2 inch contusion on the posterior aspect of her left ear, in addition to a contusion on the part of the head that's behind the left ear.
And you talked about a pale blue contusion on her lower left cheek.
Yes,
Where is that specifically, like you pointed out in your own body?
here.
Okay. And associated with that injury, was there a different type of pattern that you could observe?
So the other area where the skin was kind of discolored and also had this square focus of pattern abrasions is on the left side of her jaw, kind of in this area.
Understood. Now, let's talk about her mouth. You talked about a contusion on her upper lip, I believe.
Yes.
And if you're looking at State's Exhibit number 251, is that displayed in that photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us, for purposes for the jury, what about that you noted that on her upper lip?
That it's all I noted is it's a 1/8 inch contusion of the right side of her upper lip, right here.
When people get fat lips, for various reasons, but this one, did it have a markings associated with it other than swelling, or is
No, sir. Just discoloration. That looks like a bruise.
discoloration? I guess that's what, when I say markings, that's I mean by discoloration is your word. Okay, you talked about some of the things on the inside of the mouth. We have some photographs just for purposes of the record. I'm not going to ask you to look at all of them, but I'm referring you to State's Exhibit 253 and State's Exhibit 253. You noted some injuries that were inside of her mouth, I believe.
Yes.
Can you describe those, please?
State's Exhibit 252 is a picture of the lower lip pulled down so that you can see the line of her gums or gingiva, and you can see that there are some petechial hemorrhages within the gum line. 253 is a picture of her upper lip pulled up. So that, again, you can see there's even petechial contusions there, and, I'm sorry, petechial hemorrhages there. And there is a contusion on the left side at the gum line.
So up inside of her mouth, where the gums basically go up and then come back
Meet
down.
the cheek, essentially.
Cheek to the gums, is
Yes.
that right?
And then State's Exhibit 254 is another picture of her lower lip pulled down, and you can see that there is this small laceration, so it's an actual small gash, but it's 1/16 of an inch, so it's small, but it's of the mucosa or the surface of the left side of the inside of her lower lip.
And was that consistent with some type of mechanism causing that injury that you?
It's in proximity.
Waiting.
What do you believe caused that, or could have caused it?
That laceration is in proximity to one of her mandibular teeth, so it's possible that that's from impact with the tooth.
Okay. Now, you also described a moment ago some biting injuries. Where were those located?
So those are on the surface of the tongue. So if you stick your tongue out, just right on the top, and it's a curvilinear pattern of these kind of spaced out lacerations that are consistent with teeth marks.
And we don't have a photograph in evidence of this, but it is, can you describe what you did in order to determine the depth and the extent of those injuries?
Yes. So part of the autopsy for everybody, we actually will remove the neck organs, including the tongue. And so when that occurred, I could see the bite marks, and if you actually dissected down into the musculature of the tongue, there was even some hemorrhage right underneath those lacerations. So they're real injuries. The body reacted to them.
So, and we probably would go into this at some point, but is there a way that you can tell if somebody is still alive when they receive an injury versus already deceased?
So with antemortem injuries, so before the person is dead, I mean, you're probably familiar with this. When you get a scrape, your body reacts to it and it becomes red. But in the postmortem period, the body's not reacting to it anymore, and so it takes on a more dried, kind of tan brown appearance because there's no vital reaction to it. So you can tell if an injury is sustained antemortem or if it's postmortem.
An antemortem, what does that mean?
Before death.
And so, because there's bleeding associated with it.
Correct.
Is that right? Is that the type of injury that you saw on her tongue?
Yes.
That there was bleeding associated?
Yes.
And you talked about the hemorrhage that took place associated with this injury. Would that take some type of force of her biting down on her own tongue for that to occur?
That's possible.
Okay. Well, you said teeth marks. It would look like it was somebody else's teeth marks?
No.
Right, so it would have been her own,
Yes.
clamping down on her own tongue. Is that
Yes.
right? All right. Now, with regard to going on to, I guess, down the neck a little bit, you, looking at page 3, good point. Every injury we've talked about so far, those are those, of those classifications, antemortem versus postmortem. Can you tell us what those injuries are?
Antemortem.
So prior to death.
Yes.
All of those blows
Yes.
on her head, her face, her shoulders, her neck, back of her head, top of her head, all occurred antemortem. Is that right?
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, or for the jury, does that mean while she was still alive?
Yes.
Looking at page 3, you're still going on the head and neck area, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at one point on that, you say there is a 1-inch abrasion on the middle of the submental region of the head, and then you, in parentheses, under the chin. and there's a red abraded contusion on the right side of the submental region of the head. Can you just explain what submental is?
So this area directly under the chin. So not quite neck, but it's just this particular area.
And can you look at State's Exhibit number 256?
Yes.
And is that display the injury we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe for the jury what you're looking at, please?
So this picture is of directly under the chin, the submental region of the head. The little marker with the case number and the scale is right underneath it. And what you can see is that 1-inch linear abrasion that's on the middle, and then you've got an abraded contusion right next to it on the right side.
And then we already talked about 250. You said there was a pattern abrasion on her left lower jaw line. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Different than the zigzag pattern.
Yes, sir.
Going on, you stated there is a diffuse band-like distribution of zigzag tread-like pattern abraded contusions extending across the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, or in layman's terms, explain what that means?
So the same kind of zigzag tread-like patterns that I described on the face, you can also see across the anterior aspect of the neck and even just into the upper aspect of the middle of her chest.
And are those something that is difficult to see, or is it something that is plainly apparent to you?
It's pretty obvious to me, yes.
Okay. And those injuries, if you look at it, 257, 258, there is no 259, and then 260. If you look at those and tell me whether or not those fairly and accurately represent that injury that you just described.
Did you say 260 as well, or just 250?
Yes, 257, 258, and 260.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On 260, do you see a little bit more defined area on part of that photograph that is not necessarily part of the zigzag pattern, but is something that you noted?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So this picture, you can see the zigzag pattern across her anterior aspect of her neck and middle of the upper chest, and then there's also what looks like a contusion kind of right here at the kind of at the base of the right side of her neck, almost the anterior aspect of her right shoulder.
Is it, and when you say contusion, is that something that you then, during your internal examination, determined that that was below surface level?
Yes.
Okay. And were there other contusions across her neck and chest area, clavicle, that were different from the zigzag patterns?
Just that they weren't patterned, but you had abraded contusions, abrasions, contusions, all in that area, yes.
And abraded contusion, what does that mean?
It's kind of a mixture of both an abrasion and contusion.
Okay, I got you. Now I understand. I'm thinking of like hair braids, so it's abraded.
Abraded.
It's an abrasion.
Yeah,
slash.
abrasion. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I understand. So let's talk about, we're still on the head and neck. Let's talk about the back of her body.
Okay.
Tell us what you observed on the back during your external examination. What did you observe on the back of her head, neck, shoulder areas?
Well, I already mentioned that the back of her neck, you could see a 3/8-inch abraded contusion, and also you had more of those petechial hemorrhages. But then on the back, you have a mixture of contusions and abraded contusions, and then you also have these area of confluent abrasions that actually have a different appearance than everything else. They have a more post-mortem appearance.
Okay, so there, on the back itself, there was some antemortem
And post-mortem.
and postmortem. Okay. And for those injuries to occur, would there have had to been some type of force, I'm talking about the post-mortem ones, some type of force or contact with the skin post-mortem that would have caused those?
So because it's an abrasion, because it's on the skin only, it's like a friction injury by definition.
So if you're dragging something, a body that is already deceased, is it possible that...
Traction leading.
Don't lead your witness.
What are your opinions about the whether or not dragging a body that is already deceased might be able to cause those type of injuries?
That's one possibility.
You talked about a palpable hematoma within the soft tissues of the face.
Yes.
But no fractures. Kind of talk to us about that.
So you could feel in some of those areas with contusion that there was some fullness in the skin underneath it. So again, just suggesting that either there's edema or swelling or blood in underneath some of those injuries. But I did not appreciate palpably or even on x-ray any fractures of her facial bones or her skull for that matter.
Given the amount of external injuries, was that surprising to you?
I don't make assumptions.
Understood. And yeah, I don't want you to make assumptions either. With regard to, is it common though that sometimes you might see fractures associated with these type of injuries?
I've seen it both ways.
Okay. You did note that this was no evidence of stomping injuries. Is that right?
I would never call it a stomping injury, but I don't see any fractures both palpably or on the x-ray of her facial bones or skull.
So, but they would be consistent with this pressing we talked about?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, let's talk about the trunk. Going on. Where do you, when you talk about the trunk in your autopsy, what are you referring to?
So I'm referring to the region of the body that includes the chest, the abdomen, and the back. So kind of this central part of the body.
Okay. And can you just briefly kind of tell us what evidence of injury you saw on her trunk area?
So some we've actually already covered. She had the same patterned braided contusions that looked kind of zigzag or tread-like across the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest. She had an abraded contusion that was 1.5 inches of the just kind of overlying the right clavicle bone in this area. She had a 3 by 1 inches focus of band-like, so similar to a band, abraded contusions across the anterior aspect of the left shoulder. She had a cluster of petechial-type hemorrhages or abraded contusions on the left side of the chest, just medial of the left nipple, so kind of in this area. She had a 3/8-inch contusion and a 3/4 inch linear abrasion on the lateral aspect of the left side of the chest. She had a 3/8-inch pale blue contusion of the anterior aspect of her right hip. She had multiple red contusions measuring up to 3/4 inch on the middle of her upper back. And then she had these areas of kind of that tan brown confluent abrasions across the back. They were slightly more so on the right than the left side of the back. And she also had them on the posterior aspect of her right upper arm and her right elbow. And then she had more contusions on the left side of her upper back, abrasions measuring up to 1/4 inch on the left side of her upper back, a 1-inch abrasion on the right side of her upper back, and then a cluster of petechial-type hemorrhages on the left side of her back, and then more abrasions on the middle and lower back. And then she also had a cluster of contusions that were measured up to 1/4 inch, so pretty small, but they're on the right buttock.
I'm not going to take the time to go in great depth about what injuries she had on her extremities, but did she have injuries on her extremities?
Yes, sir.
That were associated with, or would have been consistent with occurring during the same time as these other injuries?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And is there any area of her body, other than potentially her right arm, that did not have evidence of injuries?
No.
those photographs that we're referring to as far as the trunk goes, if you look at 260, I think we've already talked about that, but look at 264, 265, did those show some of those injuries?
You said 260 to 265?
Just 260, 264, 265 are the two that I want you to look at right now.
Yes, sir.
And I want to specifically ask you what is depicted in State's Exhibit number 265.
So in 265, it's a picture of her entire back, again with the small tag that has the unique identifying number for her and the scale. And you can see kind of the multiple abrasions and contusions that I described on the back, including those areas of confluent abrasions that kind of have a different tan brown color to them that I think are postmortem.
So some were ante-mortem and some were post-mortem?
Yes, sir.
And is it hard to fall down or whatever, if you bump up against something, is there going to generally be one particular place where it comes and impacts your body? If something, unless it has multiple impact points on.
Projection leading your eye.
Sustained.
You understand what I'm asking you?
Let me rule on the objection. Your objection is sustained on lead the witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to the number of injury or number of points of force used just on the back, do you see, can you give an estimate of just looking at it, how many there might have been?
I would just say multiple impact sites.
Okay. And these type of injuries that were on her back, are they the type of injuries that have what you would consider contusions that go into the musculature?
There's both abrasions and contusions, yes.
Are there multiple contusions as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor. You want to approach real quick?
I think, hold on, let me see what's happening here. Never mind, I thought maybe we were going to break for lunch, but no.
So looking at the rest of your autopsy, right now we're on page 3, looking, continues on to page 4, and you talk about evidence of asphyxia.
Yes.
Okay. Because ultimately, what was your conclusion as to the cause of death in this case?
So the complete statement I made for cause of death, she died as the result of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation.
And so are smothering and strangulation a form of asphyxiation?
Both are, yes.
Okay. And so evidence of asphyxia goes to that conclusion, is that right?
Correct.
And so if you would kind of explain for us we've already talked, I think, about the generalized congestion, but other things that went into your opinion that for the evidence of asphyxiation.
Yes. So again, she has generalized congestion of the head and face. She's got petechial hemorrhages in her scalp, in her facial skin, in both of her eyes, in the gingiva, and even on the posterior aspect of her neck. And she also has petechial hemorrhages on the skin behind both ears. And then she also has florid petechial hemorrhages within the skin of the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest. And then also, not to forget, she has those patterned abrasions, abraded contusions that go over the middle of her face, including her nose and mouth.
And so if, what would you call it if you have something where a person's airway is blocked? What kind, is that smothering or strangulation?
Okay, so smothering is with the upper airway, the nose and the mouth being covered. Choking is the airway is occluded by like an object, or just something within the back part of the oral cavity. Strangulation, however, means that there's pressure on the neck, and you have the airway and the vasculature in the neck.
And so let's go a little further than just evidence of asphyxiation. You said with smothering and with strangulation. So let's talk about those two things.
Yes, sir.
What are the evidence of smothering, and what is the evidence of strangulation?
So your evidence of smothering is essentially you have these injuries that go across the nose and the mouth. So that would be supportive of that, in addition to all the features of asphyxia. And then furthermore, for strangulation, that's part of the looking at things internally. I don't know if you want me to go into that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We're not going to show any photographs to the jury of any internal examination, all right? But I do want you to talk about that with regard to how you can tell that there was smothering and or strangulation.
So the smothering I just covered. But for strangulation, there's a specialized dissection that we can perform where we actually look at the musculature of the anterior aspect of the neck, and we look at it layer by layer. And you're looking for evidence of hemorrhage in the musculature. And then in addition to that, you're looking at the cartilaginous structures of the airway. So if you feel here, the windpipe, that's what we're looking at. And sometimes you can see fractures of that in strangulation. But essentially, I did that specialized dissection in this case.
Yes, okay. And and is that part of the evidence that you took into account as far as making your findings?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you, so we had the evidence submitted we've already talked about, and then you talked a little bit more about your internal examination just a moment ago. But let's talk about that just a little bit further, and what other areas did you examine internally that gave you evidence of possible injuries?
That what I just described, the anterior neck dissection that I performed for her.
Understood. But there was also an internal examination of, say, the scalp, the skull.
Oh, yes.
Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And did that show some type of evidence of injury there?
So the scalp, I already mentioned previously that there were no fractures of the skull, but one of the things that we do during the autopsy is we reflect the scalp so that we can look underneath the scalp, and she had multiple points of bleeding underneath the scalp.
And what is it that causes that type of bleeding?
Impact.
Okay. And you said there were multiple points of bleeding under the scalp, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so is it your opinion, what is your opinion based upon that, as far as the number of impacts?
Oh, still multiple.
Okay, let's stop for lunch, okay? We will start back up at 5 after 1, or close to it. See you in an hour.
All right, so 5 after 1 is in about 15 minutes. So we have about 15 minutes before they're back. Let's see what y'all are saying in the chat. Let me scroll up. What's going on with Music City Mom? Hey, Pointer Lover, good to see you, babe. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, Music City Mom. I am so sorry. I'm sorry I missed this earlier. I was very intently watching the testimony, and I'm sorry I missed this. I'm sorry for your family. My thoughts and my prayers are with y'all. I'm so sorry about that. Pointer Lover says, I've been listening, and I'm behind 30 minutes, but why are people ripping on this doctor's looks and clothes? She's highly intelligent and easy to follow, and she's beautiful, in my opinion. Well, okay, So it's obviously not our chat that's doing that because we totally were complimenting her. So I know you're not. I know what you're talking about. Thing is, when you have a large chat like that, and Law and Crime has an extraordinarily large chat at any given time on any given trial, although it's smaller over on Court TV because they have that chat set to members only. You're going to get people in there that just troll, and that is one of the reasons why I like our little chat over here, because we don't have that issue. And if we did suddenly have that issue, I have fantastic mods and myself, we would take care of that immediately. I don't understand the need and the purpose for that. I mean, the fact that she is well put together and pretty, and her packaging is nice, okay, that's great, but it's not as important as the substance of her testimony. So while I can appreciate, and I do, her outfit of the day, I love her glasses, her haircut, that is not a haircut that works on all people. Not all people can pull that hairdo off at all. Not all people can pull off a bold red lip either. And she's rocking that fantastically. But like Pointer Lover said, she's affable. She is easy to follow, easy to understand. And when it comes to an autopsy, that is exactly the type of witness that you would want. That's how you would want your medical examiner or your forensic pathologist to testify. You'd want them to be easy for the jury to understand. The juries don't do this every day. They don't follow true crime like we do. They don't watch trials like we do. This is, they were summoned, they showed up, and they were picked. So this is what you want a witness who is able to testify in a manner that the jury can understand. And that's important. Also, I want to say, because I missed Chief coming in. Hey, Chief, good to see you too. Let me see what else you guys are saying here in the chat. Let's see. Chief says, on an unrelated subject, Pointer Lover, I've asked my wife if I could get a puppy. She said, hell no. So I'm thinking about just bringing one home. That's how she does me. Okay. To be fair, I have also on occasion, employed that method as well. It's not right. It's not fair. I will say this. When we got Alice, when we were in Florida, it was like in the, 3 to 4 days before Hurricane Irma came. And we were preparing because we'd never been through a hurricane before. So you never know really how to prepare. So you over prepare, which is really when there's a hurricane, there's no real over preparing unless you buy up all the toilet paper. That's ridiculous. We did not do that. But we wanted to make sure that we had, at the time, Nestor was alive. So we wanted to make sure we had enough food for Nestor. And we wanted to get him, he was getting older at that point, and wanted to get him new food bowls, the ones on the stands, so that he didn't have to lean down so much. So anyway, to make a long story short, at that time, PetSmart had like their cat rescues were there. And so, little Minnie Bendy has always loved cats. And she asked her dad if they could go look, and they did. And there, sitting pretty as a princess, was one Alice, who used to go by the name, let me whisper it, Connie. That's her dead name. We don't use it. She didn't look like that at all. That name did not suit her at all. So my husband did call me and say, "Hey, what do you think?" And I was like, "Well, you know, okay." So that is how we got our little Alice. So after, now that my husband and I have gotten older and more mature, I mean, look, we got together when I was 18 and he was 21. We basically sort of spent number of years doing the last bit of raising of ourselves. That's one of the reasons. Hold on a second. That's one of the reasons we act like we do, because we raised each other. um, and then, so now we're, after our first three were a certain age, we were older then, and I was 28 when I had little mini Bindi, my last baby. So I was a little more mature then. He was a little more mature then. And so we stopped doing that to each other. Those were in the early years. So yeah. Anyway, we don't do that anymore, but we have done that on occasion. And I was watching, what was I watching? It might have been TikTok, but it might have also been YouTube Shorts. It's probably YouTube Shorts. But there was this whole like montage of, now I've never had golden retrievers. I've only had Labrador retrievers. And I was watching all of these shorts and just the hijinks that these golden retrievers get into. And it made me, this is the first time since I've lost Nestor that I actually started wanting a dog. But I don't know that I could do a puppy again. I think if I were to get another dog, I think I would rescue. I think I would go down to the shelter, but that's just me. Let's see. What else are you guys talking about? Okay, so now on to what we are here to talk about. This is real. Cerebellum said it's a bit easier to blame the cat distribution system, though. This is a thing, okay? This happens. I can't tell you, we had a cat named Max, who we had via the cat distribution system. Just showed up. Cutest little thing ever, just the sweetest little kitten. He had long gray and white hair. And when he was a kitten, his hair was so long that it's like stuck out in certain places. It looked like down from a baby chick. So cute. He was adorable. Yeah. Now, let's see. I know, Kelly, I know I can't highlight your comment because I would definitely have to sleep with one eye open. Alice she does not like that name. She never liked that name. I'm so glad that we changed it. She was really originally named after like Alice from Alice in Wonderland. But after we got to know her, and let me just tell you, when she walked into that house, into our house, our minute one, like she had been there 5 whole minutes on the way from the PetSmart. My husband and Minnie Bindi stopped at Chick-fil-A. And of course, I got nugs. I always get nuggies from Chick-fil-A. But anyway, so we're sitting around the coffee table because there wasn't really room in that place for a dining room table. So we're all sitting around the coffee table enjoying some delicious Chick-fil-A when up comes one little Alice who y'all, no as given, bold as brass, snatched a nug right out of my hand with her hand. So from then, she became, because I remember I asking them, what should we name her? And right away, both of them were like Alice. And I said, like, and my husband said, like from Alice in Wonderland. And after she did this, I said, oh no, she's more like Alice from the Umbrella Corporation. And that we all laughed. So that's how we got our little Alice. And then Mac was surrendered right before the pandemic. And so they had just started letting people into the shelters. And of course, when the pandemic happened, it was right at what would have been little mini Bendy's spring break. So they had, in that moment when the schools closed, then it wasn't like there was online. School was just done. Okay, so she had quite a bit of time on her hands, and it was done for quite a bit of time because she did not start back going to school for the rest of that year, that school year, and then I think part of the beginning of the following school year. Anyway, so she was perusing the shelter websites. Why, I don't know, but she was. And she said, oh my God, Mom, you got to read this story. So there's Mac, just handsome as can be. He's a gray tabby and he's just a gorgeous cat. Really, he is. And we read his story and he had been surrendered. We are his fourth people. We are his fourth people. And I thought to myself, now look at his sweet little face. How could anybody surrender him one time, much less 3 times? So then we told my husband about it, and they had, right before Christmas, they opened up the shelter again. And so once again, my husband and little mini Bindi rescued Mac. Now, I have been to lots of shelters, PetSmart always has, the adoption area and whatnot. So from the rescues and stuff. And I have never in my entire life met a cat who was named appropriately, or a dog for that matter. I've never met an animal who is named appropriately, but Mac was. He looks like a Mac. So that's how we got Mac. Yeah. Oh, Mac. He's the best. All right. Now, let's talk about the testimony that we just heard, which was incredibly difficult. And my heart goes out to Athena Strand's family and friends, all of her loved ones, because to hear that type of testimony is incredibly difficult. An autopsy, frankly, as you guys know, is something that is incredibly invasive. And to think that it was done on a 7-year-old, and not only that, but what the other things that needed to be collected to just the swabs. I'm going to leave it there. Okay. Because I'm having a hard time talking about it. But to hear all of that testimony has got to be incredibly difficult. But I think that the overall and general just takeaway from the testimony is that Athena died an incredibly brutal and violent death. And it almost seems like, and this would sort of fit, like he was angry at her, as if she is the problem. If she wasn't there, he would not have had to do this. And we've all talked about our various theories and whether or not, it's my opinion that this crime was an opportunity, he saw an opportunity and he took it. But I don't believe that, I think that this is something that he thought about for quite some time. I think he had a certain proclivity, and I think that he saw an opportunity to act out his most disgusting, vile fantasies, and he did. And then he was angry at her for being there simultaneously, which fits what we have already heard about Tanner, who takes zero responsibility at any time for anything ever. He is constantly and consistently blaming everyone but himself. So I am not at all surprised. I would not be at all surprised if that was what happened. Is that, because it seems so excessive. And I just I want you guys to know that I do think a lot of what's going to come out, because now remember there's samples that have been taken, and we do not, those were sent off to the lab, so we don't know what evidence, if anything, was returned. But basically from her head, all the way, her whole upper body was full of injuries. There was not, no, there wasn't any place that didn't have an injury of some sort or another. And exactly, Neat Noodle Tanner. Tanner didn't once think of Athena as a person. She was just an object to amuse himself with. And I can't get, it's not just the word that he used, as offensive as that word is, but it is the way in which, the tone he said it. I just tossed her. The way people would say, oh, I was just tossing the ball. I just tossed her. It's the way he said it was so cold, so cavalier, so, it's a glimpse, in my opinion, into his psyche a little bit, that he viewed her as nothing more than an object, which is disgusting. She was, but I think after all of this testimony, I think the likelihood that Tanner Horner is going to receive the death penalty has gone up exponentially. That jury is on the fence in any way, shape, or form. And she does. So, okay, when my mom was a histologist, she worked with pathologists, and she worked at John Peter Smith Hospital, which is the county hospital for Tarrant County. Okay, and Tarrant County encompasses many cities. Tarrant County is Fort Worth. Tarrant County is Arlington. Tarrant County is Mansfield. Anyway, there's several, and Arlington and Mansfield are not small cities. So anyway, when she worked at the county hospital, there was a morgue downstairs. There were autopsies performed at John Peter Smith. And of course, my mom worked with pathologists who were also forensic pathologists. And they all had like the outfit that they wore. And then they had, sometimes they wore like an outfit where you're, what you commonly think of doctor wearing, a shirt and slacks or a skirt or whatever. And then they had scrubs. And then they had, the jacket that they wear, their coat, you know. So I think, look, I don't understand how it is that they got at all like into, you know, talking smack about her. She's wearing a suit, for fuck's sake. You know, like, did they have commentary on the FBI agents? They were all wearing the same thing. All right, here we go. Let's see. Hold on. We missed some stuff, so let me go back. I like for us to be just a little behind, so in case there's a when there's an afternoon break, we can skip.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Mr. Berry, you may continue. Yes.
Dr. Dwyer, you take that sheet and set, no, just set it aside here. And then you have the one you removed, right? Hand me the book. Thank you. Dr. Dwyer, with regard to these photos that we've been looking at, I'm gonna name them off one by one so that we can, you have the contact sheet so you know what's find them. State's exhibit number 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 241, 242, 243, 244, and then the one you took out was 245.
Yes, sir.
And that one's still going to be off. So 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, and then skip 255, 256, 257, 258, no exhibit for 259, 260, 261, 262, no exhibit for 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, and 268. Those numbers, which I just read into the record, are each of those, Dr. Dwyer, photographs that were taken by you during the autopsy of Athena Strand on December 3rd, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the injuries that you have been speaking to this jury about?
Yes, sir.
I will offer those numbers, which I just read into the record, into evidence at this time.
Any objections other than those previously given to me?
No additional objection.
Okay, those objections are overruled. State's exhibits 231 through 254. State's exhibits 256 to 258. State's exhibits 260 to 262. And State's exhibit 264 to 268 are admitted.
Thank you. Hand these back. Thank you. So at the end, you were talking about or before lunch, we were talking about evidence of asphyxiation. I believe we've already offered into evidence these different items that were gathered during the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
Then you had the internal examination, and you talked about the, what did you call it with regard to the neck, tissues around the neck?
That's a specialized dissection, the anterior neck dissection, which was included in the description for evidence of injury.
Okay. And then you talk about the head. Let me go on to the next page, which is page 5. Tell me about the findings related to the head, if there's any additional findings that are relevant as far as this.
So conventionally, with my autopsy reports and how our office organizes them, all of the evidence of injury will be in a section called evidence of injury. For the internal examination, that will be everything outside of the injury, so what's normal essentially. And I'll refer in certain categories to the C evidence of injury section, but at this point, it's just all of the quote-unquote normal findings.
Gotcha. So those are not things that would indicate any additional injuries other than what you've already described in the earlier part of the autopsy?
No, sir.
Okay. So we're going on to page number 6. What are we looking at here in the middle of page number 6?
So during the autopsy, we will collect fluids for postmortem toxicology testing that is done in our laboratory at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences. I do not personally perform the tox analysis, but the results of their report will be incorporated into the autopsy report.
And essentially, were there any findings?
Negative for everything.
Right. So going on to page number 7, is this where your findings are summarized?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go through those. Regarding the blunt force injuries, would you just read the letter and then what the finding is into the record for the jury?
So capital letter A are numerous abrasions and contusions of the head, neck, trunk, and extremities, including patterned abrasions and abraded contusions across the midface, anterior neck, and upper chest. Then moving down to capital B, focal lacerations of the lip and tongue mucosa. Capital letter C, acute subscapular hemorrhages. Capital letter D, acute intramuscular hemorrhages within the bilateral temporalis muscles.
Okay. Before we go on to that, I want to talk about these subscapular hemorrhages. Was there any, when you're looking at somebody's head, how do you describe the front, the back, the sides?
So we have whenever we're describing injuries in general, we follow what's called the standard anatomic position. So if you picture the standard anatomic position would be you facing me, arms at your side with your hands face forward. And that's how we determine direction in a standard process. So front of the head would be the forehead, back of the head is the back, and then right and left.
But it would be the person's right, not your right as you're looking.
That's correct.
Was there any of those areas that did not have some type of subscapular hemorrhages?
I would say that there was relative sparing of the right temporal scalp, which is this area. Otherwise, you had subscapular hemorrhages under the frontal scalp, the parietal scalps at the top of the head, and the occipital scalp is the back of the head.
And did those come from one or more than one individual impact?
That would be multiple impacts.
Now, with regard to the evidence of smothering and strangulation, I think we've covered that pretty good so far. Is there anything additional regarding that you would bring to the attention of the jury?
No, sir.
And then you have this number 3. What is the number 3 one?
So, again, by convention, we typically will include some circumstantial information to the case. That's usually how we kind of end our findings. And in this instance, I noted per report the decedent was found dead and naked in a river.
And then as far as the ultimate conclusion, would you read that, please?
Based on the case history and autopsy findings, it is my opinion that Athena Strand, a 7-year-old white female, died as a result of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation.
And then regarding the manner of death,
Homicide.
and can you explain how homicide is different from other types of death?
So I think it's easier to sometimes define what's cause and manner of death. Ultimately, the reason why I'm doing an autopsy is I'm trying to determine why this person is dead, and I'm going to make a conclusion about the cause and manner of death. Cause of death is the injury or the disease that resulted in the person's death. Manner of death tells you how that comes about. So cause of death is free text, it's more wordy typically. Manner of death, you only have 5 options: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Based upon the injuries that you observed on Athena Strand, do you have an opinion as to whether or not she suffered pain and suffering as a result of these injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of her testimony.
I'll let her answer.
Honestly, yes, I think she did.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit more about a specific picture, that one that we pulled out.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you some other photographs that have already been admitted into evidence. Oops, sorry. Dr. Dwyer, I am going to show you what has been marked as 4 different exhibits. State's Exhibit number 203, State's Exhibit number 204, State's Exhibit number 205, and State's Exhibit number 206. And I want you...
I'm sorry?
Excuse me? Oh.
Now, why are we approaching it this time? We just got back from lunch. Your little tum-tums should be full. There should be no reason to be approaching for the potential charcuterie or snack tray or fruit tray that's available up there. What are we approaching about? Oh, hold on. Who? Oh. Hold on. Oh, not a nice gal, Lauren Hawley, huh? Interesting.
Now, you weren't here when these exhibits were admitted, correct?
No.
But was there some type of a photograph of a shoe that was submitted through to the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science?
Yes.
That was contained within the autopsy photos, even though it wasn't taken as part of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you have a chance to look at that compared to the potential injuries in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think we're going to just use number 206.
Okay.
And I want to just discreetly, if you would, just pull. Can she step down, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Goble, if you or Ms. Anderson need to move, you're welcome to go to the jury.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Dwyer, I asked you to identify the photographs that were taken during the autopsy, which which of the photographs that you felt best represented with scale the tread patterns, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that this photograph that has been marked as State's Exhibit number 245?
Yes, sir.
And then this photograph of a shoe tread pattern that has already been marked marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 206. Just ask you if you were to compare, I'm not asking you to compare these two, but if you were to compare, do you feel like these would be objects that you would like to look at if you were to compare these?
So, yeah, if I was going to, yes.
Okay. I will ask if I can publish these to the jury.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I just want to make sure we're careful that we don't put them in front of anybody but the jury. Thank you. You can read them.
This is smart, in my opinion, rather than bombard the jury with a bunch of autopsy photographs that would be highly traumatizing. It's a 7-year-old child we're talking about here. Because your brain has a way of, not letting you see, as it were, to take the relevant photograph of an injury on Athena and the photograph of his shoe and show that to the jury and let them make their own conclusion. This is smart to me. This is the way,
What was that?
this kind of situation, I think this is a good way to handle it in a case like this, where all the evidence is going to be very traumatic for a jury to see. I think this is smart, the way they're handling this.
Thank you, sir. We have published a portion of State's Exhibit number 272.
I'm sorry, 270 what?
272.
Okay.
Page notes, State's Exhibit number 272, this would be page 3, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And is this document, while you were doing it, the injuries that you observed on the face and head of the victim, Athena Strand, in this case?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like a man in this picture, right?
Right. It's a standard body diagram that we use on our cases.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm not going to ask you to go through these again, but these, if you take these in conjunction with the pictures, does it help explain the things that they're looking at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, like you documented a moment ago, you said the right side of the head was free of the subscapular hemorrhages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But there's still evidence of injury on the right side of the head.
Yes, sir.
And then the next page being page 4 of that same document. And does this diagram show all of the different evidence of injuries that are throughout the body of Athena Strand that she suffered in this case?
Yes, everything but the head, because that's on the previous diagram. Yes.
And then this part right here, where it's up and down like that, what does that represent?
Those are the confluent abrasions that appeared post-mortem that I described previously that are on the back.
But all the other injuries other than that would be ante-mortem, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, I apologize, I didn't do this before, but I wanted to point out, where you talk about the tread mark patterns here, do you note that here on the nose area?
Yes.
And also over here on the cheek?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Dwyer.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming in today. I just want to follow up with a couple of things, and you have, forgive me if you've already testified to me. From your autopsy report, for the external genitalia, you found they were unremarkable,
Correct.
and the anus was also unremarkable,
Yes, sir.
and the perineum was unremarkable,
Yes, sir.
and that's the same area, right?
All in the same area. That's the space between, for her, the vagina and the anus. Yes.
Thank you. And you found no trauma to the vaginal labia,
I did not know.
and no trauma within the vaginal vault.
That's correct.
Vaginal hymen was present,
Yes.
intact,
Yes.
and unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
There was no trauma within the anus or the perineal skin.
Yes, sir.
And was it either you or the autopsy tech collected the sexual activity kit?
The autopsy tech.
And it was at that time during the autopsy.
That's done at the beginning of the autopsy. Yes.
Okay.
But I looked before she did before she collected.
Yeah, I think you described how you began the autopsy by doing an overall view.
Yes. Yes.
You had noted in the autopsy report that her teeth were intact,
Yes.
and there were no fractures within the fissure bones.
Not that I no, there were not.
The hyoid bone and the laryngeal
Laryngeal.
cartilages were intact and unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
You also noted in your autopsy report that there were no broken or missing fingernails,
Correct.
and there were no fractures to the clavicle, ribs, sternum, pelvis, vertebral column.
No.
So you didn't notice any broken bones.
No.
And you are not a footwear expression analyst.
No.
That's what it's showing.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. What, if any, effect would it have, or do you know, what, if any, effect it would have for a person who was sexually assaulted, if they were unconscious or even deceased? Would the findings be different than they would be if they were conscious?
Okay, so you said conscious or deceased. I mean,
I
conscious
said
is
unconscious.
unconscious is still not dead though.
Yes.
Versus dead. Again, it's kind of back to the same ante-mortem versus post-mortem injuries, in that if you had an injury and there was a lack of vital reaction or inflammation or hemorrhage, you would presume that if it was there and didn't have those qualities, that it would be post-mortem. The point is, I didn't see any injuries to her genitalia.
Understood. And just because there's no visible trauma, does that mean that some type of sexual contact or sexual assault could not have taken place?
That's correct. That the lack of injuries does not mean that there's a possibility that sexual assault did or did not occur.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Coe.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Hang on just a minute, make sure you didn't grab something by mistake.
No, this is these are
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Who do you have next?
Your Honor, I believe that we're going to be looking at Joseph Thomas, but we need to have a hearing outside the President's before we start this case.
Okay, what did you?
Donna said, did they say where the DNA was? No. Here's why. The forensic pathologist, the medical examiner, only takes samples, swabs of areas, right? That swab, those samples are collected, also the fingernails are all collected and then sent off to another lab where they are analyzed. So until the crime lab technician takes the stand, we will not know. But now we understand why he was charged with some things and not charged with others.
You say the name was?
Joseph Thomas, jail administrator.
Okay. All right, you retire to your room, I'll call you right back. All right, everyone may be seated. Let me have the next.
Can I get actual exhibit stickers, please? Okay, I'll try to line that. 42, 44, 45. We marked them, but you gave me exhibit stickers, but I just put them on the transcripts, not on the actual. So I need new ones.
Okay, so you're going to remark it?
Yeah. So it's 42, 44, 45, 48, 40.
Good afternoon. So before our firm testimony, give this call to the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Okay. Rules of evidence that affects his account being court, what you're testifying, what you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Yes, sir. Okay.
Here. You don't want to see this. May I leave these in your vote?
Thank you.
287 what did you already set through what your,
Okay, we just remarked these.
so what are they being?
They're around the 42,
Okay,
43.
okay.
Okay, so you want to play the entire?
We also need to lay the foundation.
Yeah,
for
we
your-
can lay. Okay. Can I just approach the witness?
Yeah, have a closing statement. Well, identify the witness for purposes of record.
You're under the state calls Joseph Thomas. who
Okay.
is-
And record will reflect that I have sworn him in to testify truthfully.
Mr. Thomas, first of all, how you were employed? How were you employed?
I'm the jail administrator of the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And as the jail administrator, are you also the custodian of records for all jail calls that are captured there at the Wise County Jail when inmates call out or if they have visitations, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And were you asked to go to look at 5 separate recordings that were to confirm whether or not they were calls, true and correct copies of calls that were recorded at the Wise County Jail on either calls or visitations related to the defendant, in this case, Tanner Lynn Horner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And first I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42. Now, if we can get all the documentation together if we needed to, but as far as when those calls occurred, but if I when you went over those, did you have an opportunity to look at what time it was and make sure that that was one of those calls?
Yes, sir, I did.
So with regard to State's Exhibit number 42, was that a call that was made on December the 3rd, 2022, which was the day after Tanner Horner was arrested in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I'm going to identify by when they were made, and then I'll ask you one question or a couple questions related to all of them. Then on Stage 44, is that a call that was made on December the 14th, 2022, I believe about 11:24 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 45, State's Exhibit, is that a call that was made on December the 15th, 2022, approximately 8:31 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit number 48, is that a call that was made on March 15th, 2023 at approximately 12:06 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, State's Exhibit number 49, is that a call that was made on April the 21st, 2023 at approximately 8:50 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are each of these calls, as a custodian of record, I think you can answer these questions, are each of these calls made in the regular course of business there at the Wise County Sheriff's Office
Correct.
for all inmates?
Yes, sir.
Or I shouldn't say the Sheriff's Office, it's really the Wise County Jail we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And are they also kept, you may have a third-party company that stores them, but are they kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are they made, the time that the recordings are made, is that at or near the time of the matter recorded on those recordings?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, the persons with knowledge of the matters recorded on those recordings, the people who are actually recorded on the recordings themselves?
Yes, sir.
Meaning the caller and the call taker or the visitor, both ends of the visitors. In addition to that, are there some auto notations that are done by the computer as far as the time that's left on the call, a statement that your call is being recorded, it's a warning to that effect?
It depends on the call, but yes, sir.
Okay. So if there's an additional electronic type voice, that's what we're listening to, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that all of these calls are between Tanner Horner, and it may be visitations on at least one of the incidents. Tanner Horner and Melissa Horner, his mother. Tanner Horner and Jackie Harbison, his grandmother. Or Tanner Horner and Cassie Waite, his girlfriend.
Correct.
Okay. With that, I would offer these into evidence with that understanding. and then play them for the jury.
Okay.
Can I take a witness? Your
Yes,
Honor?
yes, ma'am.
What is your title, please?
Jail administrator.
Okay, jail administrator, Mr. Thomas. So
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
a sheriff, or is Mr. Thomas okay?
What's that?
I want to make sure that I afford you the respect that you've earned, so are you?
Oh, Mr. Thomas is fine, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thomas, you are not able to identify the voices on that recording, are you?
No, I can identify at least one of the voices on the recording.
But you can't identify the other voices, can you?
No, ma'am.
You were also, well, let me back up. Wise County Jail contracts with a third party in order to make jail calls available to the inmates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in Wise County's case, do they use Securus or do they use Correct Solutions? What is the third party?
Correct solutions.
And so all of the recordings are on the Correct Solutions software or through their programs?
I would assume they have a server placed somewhere that they keep the audio on.
And so the person who makes the call pays not Wise County, but this third party, right?
Correct.
And it's the third party that has the actual raw data of those phone calls, correct?
Correct. Which I have access to.
Your Honor, at this time, we would object to these calls coming in on a number of grounds. Number one, he is not the proper custodian of records. For these calls, he stated that while he may have access to them, they actually are serviced by Securus, or in this case, I'm sorry, Correct Solutions. So the custodian of records for these calls, in order to lay the proper foundation, would be Correct Solutions. Second of all, he said that while he might be able to identify one of the voices, he cannot identify the second voice on these calls, therefore making that hearsay. And again, just because, even if it was to come in under a business records exception, the records themselves are subject to the rules of evidence. And in this case, it's hearsay.
Those objections would be overruled, and if offered in the presence of the jury, I would admit states 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49. You may have a running objection if they're offered and admitted. Anything else we need to do outside the presence of the jury with this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I would also say that if he cannot identify the parties, then I would ask that we have a motion in limine to prevent him from guessing who those third parties might be, and also ask that the state not inform him who those third parties might be.
That's granted. If he can identify the second person, that's fine, but if not, don't give any additional information.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, when we were told that Mr. Thomas would be here, we had asked the state to ask Mr. Thomas to bring us any disciplinary write-ups that Mr. Horner may have had, and I just would like to inquire whether or not he brought those write-ups with him.
He has not received any disciplinaries while in my custody.
Okay.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
As many of you guys are aware, Alex Erickson and I got jail calls from the El Paso County Jail and also Denver Women's Correctional Facility pertaining to Letitia Stout. And when those calls come from the jail or from the prison, the prison ones, they don't have a player with them. Okay, that you have to download. But the ones from the jail do. And it's fairly straightforward. It's pretty dadgum easy. I don't know why she's making a big kerfuffle, except for it's her job, so here we go.
Everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Mr. Thomas, would you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm the jail administrator for Wise County Sheriff's Office, the jail division.
And as the jail administrator, are you, do you act as the custodian of records for any type of phone calls that a inmate would make from the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir, I do.
And are there also recordings done when a person has a visitation there at the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And are these recordings, are they made in the regular course of business for each and every phone call that an inmate makes or visitation?
Yes, they are.
And are they kept in the regular course of business through a third-party contractor, therefore the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And are they, the recordings themselves, are they made at the time that the conversation takes place?
Yes, sir.
And are the person with knowledge of the matters that are recorded on those the two people who are having a conversation, either on the phone or in a visitation situation?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to any other voices that you might hear other than those two people that are engaged in the conversation, would those be electronic voices that are generated by the computer system that records?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Don't lead your witness.
What would be the other type of voice you might hear besides those two individuals?
You'll hear an automated voice giving a warning of like a 2-minute warning left, and at the beginning of the phone call, it'll tell them that there's a inmate from Wise County Jail calling them.
And although you may not recognize both sides of the conversation, is there one person for each of these conversations? And I'm showing you specifically recording number 42, recording number 44, or State's Exhibit number 42, State's Exhibit number 44, State's Exhibit number 45, State's Exhibit number 48, and State's Exhibit number 49. Is there one person that is common and that you do recognize your voice on each of those phone calls?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you tell us who that person is?
Would you like me to address him as what I would call him? As
No,
okay.
I want you to just tell me his name, please.
Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir. And with regard to that, are these true and accurate recordings of those that were made and kept in the regular course of business at the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 42, is that a call that was made on December the 3rd, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained. Don't lead your witness.
With regard to, I guess it'll say there's some type of document at the beginning of the recording. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I can't tell you for sure if it states the date and time, but it does state the person calling and the location they're calling from.
Okay. All right. Well, I will just offer State's Exhibit 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49 in evidence.
Any objections other than those previously announced to the court?
No further objections.
Those are overruled. States Exhibits 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object to the publishing.
Oh, for the love of Pete, why are you objecting to the publishing? He's already overruled. You're not going to get it in. He's going to overrule your objection again. This is just embarrassing at this point. I get that you're preserving the record, but this is also annoying, and I'm preserving the record over here at the ward that this is highly annoying, and I'm tired of it. Also, hey, thanks for being here, and thanks for becoming a member. Thanks for supporting the ward. We are familiar with jail calls over here. Let's play these. Let me hear what he said. Okay? Sit down, ma'am.
Until the second voice can be identified.
Okay. Objections overruled.
purposes of the record, Your Honor, at this time I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 42.
Hello. Is calling you from Wise County. Press 1 for accepting the call. This call may be monitored or recorded. Yes.
Hi. Hello?
Are you okay?
Not really.
You want to tell me what happened?
I pulled into this like driveway and all that stuff. I was pulling forward and I was backing up, and then I hit the silver roll and
This call may be monitored or recorded. Go ahead.
and then she was crying. I tried calming her down, and it didn't work. And
Okay.
my thoughts were, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my job. Like everything started just.
Okay.
I know.
You should have called the police, son. You should have called the police.
I didn't know what to do, Mom.
What does your head at first, and I know that's not well, but you still don't sleep, okay? They're not going to look at it that way.
I know.
Please be calm. Don't be strong with this, okay?
What?
What did you do? What did you do? Did she die on her own?
No.
Oh my God.
I know. I can't get it. Like, Kathy hasn't even tried calling me up here. Like,
Yeah, she wanted to take the car. Do you want her to have that car?
yeah.
Did you confide in her
What?
about this? Did you tell her?
No.
I mean, she was really freaking out about it. You have 3 minutes remaining on this call.
Let's call. So, was it you guys who tried calling bail or whatever it was called?
Yeah,
How much was it?
1.5 million.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, no. No, they're mad. And let me tell you something, that the task force, the FBI was here. They ransacked the house. They ransacked your place back there. They threw me and Nicholas down on the floor, and they almost threw me down. They fucked up everything. And, Sharon, I just hope you didn't do nothing weird to that little girl.
I did. I did.
Okay. Okay. I didn't think you did. I just know it. I know how you did it.
Well, honestly, with my medication, I barely even have the libido as is.
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't do anything like that.
I didn't think so. I didn't think you were a pervert. You know what happened to me with that little girl. I don't think you did that. I love you. And I'm so sorry this happened. I'm so sorry you did that. That poor little girl. That poor baby.
I know.
I want you to pray for her and her family.
I know, Mom. Can you get a hold of Kathy, please? You have her number. Just talk to her, tell her I would like to hear from her.
Okay, I will. I just talked to her. This call may be monitored or recorded. She's lived with her dad for a couple of weeks, so.
Did she bring the baby with her?
I'm sure. Well, sure. And I'm so sorry. Your call will end in 1 minute.
1 minute.
Were you listening to that music when you ran over your little girl?
Yeah. The music on full blast, and that truck doesn't have a backup camera. Well, it has a backup camera, but it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for like 2 months.
Okay, what? I love you and I'm sorry this happened. Please pray for that baby. to pray for the family, and you're in our prayers too, okay?
Don't know how much gets out to him, but
Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
tell Cassie I love her.
Okay. We love you too.
Give Chester all my love. All my fucking love, Dave.
Okay. Tanner, be strong, okay? It's not the end of the world, okay?
Now I'm going to publish for purposes of record, I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 44. Then I'm going to go to 3 minutes and 16 seconds, or 3 minutes and 15 seconds into the call to start where I'm going to start playing it at that point.
Which one is that?
This call.
44.
This call, maybe?
Apparently they work in the same office, so there's that.
Judge, I'm sorry, we would object under rule of optional completeness.
So you wish to have the entire phone call played?
Yeah, but should have thought about that one, lady. No, let her object. Play it all. Play the whole damn thing.
Okay. Mr. Barry, if you play the entire phone call.
Play it all.
Just letting you know, it's 26 minutes, right?
All right.
This call, maybe?
Look, and also before we go any further, okay? Let me just say this, okay? Don't be too quick to judge his mother, okay? That's still her kid. None of us know how we would react. We all think we know how we would react. We don't know, okay? This is only December 3rd, okay? She's possible that she has changed her mind, that she has harsh things to say. Just keep in mind that the news just broke late, like I think it was at the 10 o'clock news, maybe, might have been later on December 2nd of 2022. So let's just hear what this is and go from there, okay? If anybody's going to be judgy, let it be me, not y'all in the chat. How about that? Okay, I'll take the heat so y'all don't have to. All right, here we go.
Turtle recorded.
Ooh, watch your fingers. Ooh, you're about to smash your finger. You know, you would think they would help you in here. I don't want to help. I want them to help you. I'm sitting here watching you struggle, and I can't just walk through the wall and help you get in here. I'm all right. I'm all right. I got out of the crazy room yesterday. Oh, you did? Yeah. Now they have me in the less crazy room. I actually have a toilet. They're giving me reading materials. They gave me, so they gave me a Bible, right? Then I forgot how, like, the dialogue is, and I'm just sitting here like, oh my gosh, like I have to take a break, like, I have to take breaks constantly already because the dialogue is like Shakespearean almost.
Yeah. Is it in King James?
No, it's,
NIV?
no, not NIV. I can read the NIV very well. The ESV or some bullcrap.
Yeah.
I want my Bible. One that, You're never going to believe who sent me mail. So Nicole sent me a letter before Cassie does. How do you think that makes me feel? I just want an update on my freaking son, man. And nobody can tell me anything.
He's okay. He's doing just fine.
Is he with Cassie or is he with?
He's with his grandma.
Of course.
What do you think you paid for it?
Because I had an ingrown hair the other day, and like I started messing with it, and they don't let me cut my fingernails, so it just kind of gets bad. Yeah. But honestly, I need her dad's number because our phones are off right now by this point. I know they are.
So where is your phone?
But the detectives, I can't even get any numbers off of it.
Hey, that's okay.
Otherwise, I would have been calling everybody, Jonathan, everybody.
I tried to look at Jonathan's number.
Yeah, you'll have to contact him. On Facebook, his name is Jonathan Earthgazer, because Earthgazer is the name of his band.
Okay. Well, I'm not on Facebook. Had to get off of it. Totally off of it.
Well, that's the only way you're going to be able to contact a lot of these people.
Okay, so I just policy on.
No, I need you to. Like, you're not getting it, Amy.
No, I do get it, but you don't get all the hate that I'm getting from that.
Hate? You shouldn't be receiving any hate.
Oh, it's just. Well, we're not supposed to talk about it.
I'm not supposed to talk about the case. I want to know what they're saying on TV, because I guarantee they're always making it worse than it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's coming out that, you didn't write it right.
No. Are you kidding me? On my medication, I couldn't even get up for Kathy. I know that's a little bit too much information, but still. Like,
See, all they know is that a sales starter kidnapped her and killed her and then dumped her body. And,
I mean, that's basically the story from, like, what everybody is saying. Like, everybody here, that's who I am because of the TV.
yeah.
You would think that I would have, like, people involved would have to sign waivers with shit like this, you know what I mean? Then again, these people are, they're monsters.
They're terrible. And,
They want their story. Yeah, that's all they want. That's why I'm kind of tempted to, like, right now, they're like, hey, you guys bond me out and give me like $1 million extra dollars? Yeah, I'll give you your story. Like asking the baby at a nice house, fix up y'all's house. You can do that with $1 million. Get little leftovers to the family, that whole thing, but that ain't not me. Dude, this has not, I haven't been on my medication in almost 2 weeks. I'm feeling emotion. I broke it down the other day because I know that Chester's going to be looking around during Christmas. All his family members are going to be around. His best friend in the world is going to fucking be there. You know he's a daddy's boy.
yeah. Well, keep them alive and, keep you alive a little with it.
I love one for Christmas. It's just pictures of them, pictures of you guys.
Your mom's working on that. So I've got it. We don't have very many good recent pictures. I can send you the pictures.
My Facebook has pictures. You can just literally just screenshot it on the phone.
Oh,
Like, honestly, they celebrate their Christmas at their grandparents' house. They do all the presents and all that stuff the day before. So, like, go over there. I'm pretty sure they won't mind having you around. They really, you know how they feel. They love the shit out of you. And you know Chester will love you too.
oh, yeah.
Just give them pictures of. I was going to be the one that didn't fuck up, baby. I was going to be the one that didn't fuck up.
Well, if people know that because they know you don't have any kind of records. The people that know you, Aaron, know you're not that kind of person.
don't want to consider this. But it has to be a third party, and that means it has to be Kathy, because I know for damn sure Carrie's not going to bring him up here. So it has to be Kathy. She won't even talk to anybody, apparently. So Nicole is freaking giving me mail, and she's not.
You know, I think they reached out to her, to ask questions about him, I think.
Well, if it's the detectives, no. If it's my attorney's office, that's the only person that she should talk to is my attorney, or somebody from my attorney's office. Like, that's the only person anybody should talk to, pretty much my attorney.
The Texas Rangers were asking about, and they were questioning.
And decline, because that sensitive information has to do with my attorney.
So it's all recorded. And it says something to your lawyer. Was he here a while ago?
Yesterday.
There was a bunch of people in here. I mean, the parking lot was full. It's all leaving. Oh,
But you need to write down Cassie's dad's number at least, because I know you have that.
yeah.
So write that down when you try to give us the paper to put it in my property, so I can have that number as well, so I can at least try. If I can at least try to contact Cassie and just give me an update. Tell her how I feel.
Okay.
I know, it kind of got pushed the end.
This end.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Trust me, I wrote you guys a letter on using one of those. My hand hurts so bad afterwards. Like years of that guitar playing, playing drums, and playing video games came back all when I was writing with that little itty piece of crap pen.
Oh,
Yeah. But the people like, have you talked to Jerry at all? Jerry. Yeah. And you think he might be able to do something, but I doubt he would. Especially with how much Bill talks shit about me at the end.
all of us. Me too.
I love Paul, but man, that was vindictive and uncalled for.
That's how he is. I mean, he was like that. His, husband, mother died.
Yeah, Sammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw about that.
And, Josh Sullivan.
Yeah.
Her son had received a letter from him.
Uh-huh.
I think he wants to write me, because he's been there before.
I've never been in jail like this before. So, like, some of the jailers get really annoyed with me, but others are just like, okay, you've never been here. Like, one jailer in particular, one of the sergeants, hates me. I spilled a drink one time, and she literally told me, whoa, better knock it up. Like, he hates me, like, treats me like I'm not fucking human. But yeah, you need to write down her dad's number. So I can have that, so I can at least try to contact her. Like, that's a lot of things will go a lot smoother as far as getting numbers and stuff like that when I can get a hold of Kathy, because Kathy knows how to get a hold of all the people I know. Like,
I mean, okay. So I'll just tell her that. I mean, if I will text her, I'll call her first and see if she'll answer.
well, you just write down her dad's number.
Okay. You know, I don't know that I have his number.
Yeah, you do. You talked to him before.
Huh?
You talked to him on the phone.
I know, but it's on Facebook.
Then reactivate your Facebook just so you can message him. Please, for the love of God, this is...
Hey.
Man, sorry. I just want to talk to her.
I understand.
I just want to see my son. Kathy is the only chance I have of seeing my son.
I would think.
It has to be a parent or guardian. So it has to be Kathy for her mother. And personally, I would rather not put Carrie on my list, because she won't come up here anyway.
Right.
By the way, my attorney is potentially interested in working with Tommy.
Oh, yeah?
Well, at least, talking to him, since Tommy's passed the bar, this actually might be good for him. Get some experience in that whole thing. I don't know.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I don't know how it'll play out, though. And I can only imagine what Jonathan's going through right now, because his brother went to prison a few years ago.
Yeah.
Now his best friend, and it's,
Well, maybe since you don't have, doesn't matter, what else doesn't matter?
but, yeah. Know what I would be doing right now? Freezing my ass off in a truck, excited to get to an apartment. That's what I would be doing right now.
It's kind of chilly today.
Yeah, I know, trust me. I don't get underwear or pants. Not in this thing. Not until I'm off of watch, so, No. Not in the least bit. My leg is made of the same material.
Is it foam?
No, it's essentially a blanket about that thick. Yeah. It's a bit cold.
A lot of people in it?
Huh? Yeah, I've seen a lot of people come and go, and all of them look at me like, that's the guy. Every single fucking one of them. There's this one like Mexican gangster dude, just looked at me like with this hate-filled rage in his eyes. Apparently they might keep me from the general population being tracked around here, possibly.
Still too early,
Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit of an introvert anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Getting 2 books from the library, hopefully they come in. One is a Star Wars book, and one is the second Harry Potter book, because they only have the second and third ones. They have all of the Twilight books, apparently, so I don't mind read through those for the first time since high school.
So, is Cassie a witchcraft?
That was really random. Why do you say that?
Because, the mom found a book back there, and she's feeding her cat, and that cat's gaining weight.
Did she not take the cat with her? Did she take Draco?
Yeah.
I never thought I'd say this. I kind of miss that little shit. I miss this stupid happy little face when I walk in the door like, oh my god, here, oh my god.
Well, we got rid of, George and Maya. I wrapped them up in a box and built them, put them on a doorstep. Not really.
Oh, it's not good.
Your mom gave them two of the nurses at the methadone clinic. After they saw them, they go, oh, we want them, and so,
Oh, that's good.
yeah.
That's good. I can't wait till I can get a razor. Just shave my face because, it looks terrible.
I think we let it grow out.
No.
Or we be all clean cut.
I want to be clean cut because then shit like this happens. You know what I mean? It looks pretty bad, probably. He's pretty bad.
But it makes it worse when you keep picking it.
Yeah. I know.
Well, I just want you to know that many people asking about you, they're concerned about you.
Who?
Just,
These are people you need to send my attorney's way. He needs many character witnesses.
oh, well, we will, as soon as he tells her mom, she's always wanting to get a hold of him, because she doesn't think he's doing enough, but
actually his most high-profile client. He's actually working his ass off right now, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, that's why I'm out of the cuckoo room. Some nights actually having a toilet. But hey, do not take toilets for granted. Do not. I even have a little water fountain. But yeah, he was asking me to even write down some names and stuff of, you know, people that could be character witnesses. I have Kristen and Charlie down. I have, that's yeah, trust me. It's one of the, quote, hurt, unquote, of being autistic. Well, unless she has $1.5 million in assets and $150,000 in cash, there's really not much she can do except pray for me. No, for all I know, he's messed out and hasn't even seen the phone or news in like 2 weeks. He probably doesn't even know.
I see him on Facebook. I see him on Messenger, not Facebook. I see all his pictures up there. You know where?
Yeah.
And tried to call him, and it wasn't a good number, I guess.
What do you mean trying to call him?
Well, to let you know about you. Of course, I'm sure he knows now.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows. This is definitely not a thing that's like, you know, like, according to my attorney yesterday, this is literally like national news. Like, it's not just like Texas news, it's national. Yeah, I always wanted to be famous, but not like this shit. So bad for the family.
Well, Jamie, you can call down. And of course, they're telling us not to reach out to him yet. It's just too soon.
Yeah, it is definitely too soon. I miss my son. I missed my son before I got arrested.
Yeah.
But yeah, you need at least talk to Carrie and see how she's doing for me.
Oh, I will. And we're going to put some pictures on that she sent me, and because I asked her, I said, I want to send Karen some pictures. Can you take pictures, you know, like you always do of him? And there's one cute one, and you'll see it. It's got a backpack on it, but the door wasn't. I don't know what he was doing, but he was so grown up. He's getting so big.
Oh, I bet he is. And every single day I notice he looks more and more like your old dad.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to kill Cassie. Just, when you can, please, just put your... Give them those numbers and tell them to put them in my property or my box so I can contact you guys because, man, like, get lonely. I feel bad for every time that I always put off sending Mom a letter back because I do. I mean, then again, I'm not even in a regular cell yet. I'm still on watch, so I was like the last week and a half I've been under like in a surveillance type situation. You know what I mean? Once I get a regular room, I'll actually apparently have hopefully my stuff will come out of the evidence room soon, and I can give you guys that auger card so y'all can get Chester stuff, presents, diapers.
Oh, would you look at your taxes number too, or too late?
I mean, you can try, but our phones are off right now. The bill's due on the 8th. Yeah, it's not going to do much good to give me her number now. Getting her number right after I would have got it would have been wonderful, but yeah. Oh, you can probably get her dad's number from her mom.
Yeah.
And then when I call you guys, so, you're transferring your numbers over to me, I'll be able to attempt to call. And if they don't answer, then I guess I get that.
Yeah. I'll give you our numbers too, Lady, and I can call up her. Some have a little question you ask them, call and ask them, what they do, we don't deliver messages, we don't take messages.
No, I remember who that was. That's the lady that hates me. Like, they can take messages. That's the lady that hates me. So if it was for me, that's why. They are allowed to take messages. She just literally hates me. I even talked to the NHMR lady about it. She said, we'll try to put a stop to that. No, it's not professional. She's an older lady. Ironically, her last name is Collard. I tried collard greens for the first time I was here, by the way. Yeah. To me, it just tasted like, oh man, I'm actually going to be able to poop and not string today. No. So I was supposed to be on finger foods before I get HMR, right? You know what they give me? Applesauce, biscuits and gravy. That was breakfast yesterday, okay? You know what I had to eat the applesauce with? They had a scoop with a biscuit. Yeah, I know. I'm just glad I'm getting some reading material from the library, because holy crap, I need to put my head in a good fantasy book. I mean, I need to get myself detached from reality a little bit. But, yeah, as for the books that Mom's asking about, I just need like one on like, chakra meditation and stuff. That way, I can, it helps when I'm having like an anxiety attack. Because, being stuck in a box, you're gonna end up getting a little bit of anxiety. When I start getting that anxiety, I'll like sit down, meditate, try to block everything out, relax, it helps. But sometimes I have a little bit of trouble staying focused on that. So that's why I kind of want some books on it. That way I can learn how to be a little bit more focused on it. And this is going to sound very, very childish, but they should have box sets of the Dragon Ball Z manga. Manga is basically Japanese comic book. But like they have sets like chapters 1, 2, and 3, and then 3, 4, 5, stuff like that. That would be a lifesaver. Dragon Ball Z, not Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball GT, not Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Z. The Z is my all-time favorite. Bringing.
Your meditation.
Oh, no, just the one I was saying just now. Just something on like chakra, meditation, stuff like that. Chalk. Here, you have a pen, you have a paper. So like, shit, I forgot. CH. Have trouble?
That's it.
Let's take a short break. I need about 10 minutes.
Kimberly, asks, did he say people are being childish about his Dragon Ball Z? No, I think what he said was, I know this is going to sound childish, but if you could get me some Dragon Ball Z manga.
Okay, call you back in just a few minutes.
I don't know why'd they turn this off? Hold on. Let me see what happened here. I don't know why. Hold on a second. Let me look at a different stream. Let's see what's going on here. Why they went to live view, because it's clearly not. I haven't disconnected. Let me look at this. Okay, that's not going to work. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. I'm listening to something really quick, you guys. Okay. There we go. That's better. Okay. You're welcome. I don't know. I think I want to make sure I word this correctly because I ain't finna give Tisha Lynn no kind of credit at all. But having listened to jail calls so much has prepared me. Now I have the education, training, and experience to be able to understand and discern what is contained in jail calls because of listening to jail calls. So it's easier for me to understand them. Also, and also to be fair, I am wearing headphones, so they, that's way, it makes it way better. These are good headphones. Shout out to the Hubs. Let me see something, because I don't know why this is doing this. Let me see what they have over here. Yeah, long crime is the same. I don't know. I guess they're losing their signal or whatever, but it'll be back when they get back. Let's see. They should be back anytime now. But the judge always takes a break around this time. So, yeah. Yet, you know what's interesting is what's absent from these jail calls, right? Where's Zero? Zero doesn't want to talk to your mom? What's up with that? With Tisha, what's interesting about her alters, Lil T, Maria, Taylor, she had a few of them. But what's interesting about Letitia's is, of course, those came out when she was in jail, in the El Paso County Jail, whereas he decided to come out with Zero at the Wise County Sheriff's Department in the interrogation room. He started, he left a note hoping that they would ask him about Zero. I think that from the very beginning of this crime, he at least entertained the possibility that he would be caught. And I think that after the first phone call from Detective McGuire, because initially they thought that he might be, they thought he was a potential witness. So the FBI reached out to him and spoke to him. And then when he got a follow-up call and then a visit by the same FBI agent, I think he realized right then and there is a very, very, very high likelihood that I'm fixing to get caught for this. And I think that he began working on his quote unquote defense from the very beginning. I think that I don't think he counted on a few things. I don't think that he counted on the FBI and the Texas Rangers detaining him and also looking for or coming to his place of residence where he lived with his mom and his grandmother and his fiance. That's what he calls her, all at this, like, simultaneously. And they did that because they obviously hadn't interviewed Tanner yet and were hoping that they would find Athena alive. So they made entry. Well, I don't think he counted on that, number one. Once they did not locate Athena at his place of residence, then the crime scene unit from the FBI took over, and they started, collecting and documenting his shed out there that he lived in. And I don't think he counted on that happening. I think I don't think he thought that they would find her clothing, quite frankly. And I think as he learned what law enforcement was learning, right, when he knew what they knew, I think that's when he started changing it up. And I mean, that's not unlike Letitia either. Letitia, I suspect, and obviously I can't prove this because there's no way to prove it, but she'll never tell the truth anyways. And even if she was telling the truth, I'm telling you right now, I don't think I would believe her. But with Letitia, I think 99% of I don't think she ever had any intention of actually representing herself. I think she just wanted the opportunity to get her hands on the evidence that the state had against her. And she knew that the only way for her to be able to do that would be to represent herself. Otherwise, it would come in through, she would have to hear about it from her attorney. And I don't think she wanted to do that. I think she wanted to know exactly what they knew, when they knew it, how much they knew, all of those things, so that she could then begin to craft her defense. Because shortly after she was granted permission to represent herself, all of a sudden, she had that incident at the jail where she claimed that, she was sleepwalking because she'd always been a sleepwalker, even though nobody knew that she was a sleepwalker, but it always had been. And, she claimed she fell off the top bunk. And then remember, she lost that whole year of time. And then all of a sudden, she started talking about the Volturi and her, multiple personalities and, all of that. So I think that's pretty much what Tanner was doing. I think that he was crafting his story based on what he learned from investigators, what they knew about the crime. And I think that it became very, I think when he got attorneys and they started sitting down with him, I think that's the reason why. Hang on a minute. Let me look at a different stream. Let me see what's going on here. I just want to make sure they come back. Because they're not using that. Like, they're not trying to make it that he has that he has dissociative identity disorder. That's not part of his defense. Of course, he pled guilty, but, in order to use a not guilty by reason of insanity defense in Texas, which is an affirmative defense, okay? But in order to use that, you have to give notice, and there has to be evaluations, and basically everything that we saw that happened in Letitia's trial, it's pretty much the same thing in Texas. So he's not using that, and up until the day of trial, when the final rulings were being made by the judge. One, the major blow, and I think prime reason why he decided to plead guilty was because all along the defense had been trying to get his confession suppressed, his interrogation videos. And the judge said that they were admissible and allowed them in. And of course, that once that happens, I mean, you have him on record in his own words admitting to killing her. Did he tell the whole truth? No. Did he, he lied. He said that, of course, he hit her with the van. That never happened. There's a lot of lies in there, but at the end of the day, he's also, I mean, she is dead. She did die of blunt force trauma and asphyxiation and smothering, and or with smothering. So, at the end of the day, that is a valid confession. He admitted to killing her. And she did die the way that he said that she did, which was, he said that he tried to break her neck and that he, ended up strangling her. I mean, he didn't, it's not like he confessed to strangling her and then she was found stabbed, so where they would think, oh, maybe this is not a valid confession. That's not what happened. But once that confession was going to come in, as far as the guilty or not guilty portion of the trial, that phase, the first phase of the trial, that was going to be pretty much cut and dry after that. So I think what he was hoping he would do is save some of these more disturbing and dark and horrific details from coming out. He's a monster. I just think he doesn't want people to know exactly what kind of monster he is. And also, listening to these jail calls, as far as what he's telling his own family, maybe, he didn't want them knowing either what kind of monster he is. I'm curious, though, if he's done anything to prepare them at all for what would come out. Because even if he didn't plead guilty, like if he had not pled guilty and this had gone to trial, we're watching. I didn't mean to bang the desk. Sorry, you guys. We're watching what would have taken place in I don't like the term guilt or innocence, but the guilty or not guilty phase. Okay. That's what we're watching, even though this is not that, it's the penalty phase. But so he had to be aware of the things that the state intended to use as evidence. Let me look. I want to say he was 26 at the time, and so that would make him what, 28, 29? Hold on. I'll Google for you. Let me look. Oh, I lied. He was 31 at the time of his arrest. He's 34 to 35. So, yeah. Yeah, she was always wanting immunity, Chief. Remember that? Screaming for immunity. So, yeah. I think, like I said, also, hearing the testimony from the medical examiner, we already knew, that her death was violent and painful and horrific. But finding out that basically her upper body, aside from her extremities, right, was full of injury, just is heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And, we've talked like a lot about, did he do something like this before? And the truth of the matter is, there's always a first, right? Everybody has, even Bundy had a first. There is an accusation, and he has been charged with it, that came out after he was arrested. After he was arrested, a woman who was 16 at the time, this would have been back in 2013, came forward and said that he had sexually assaulted her when she was 16. He knew her age, and there were 2 incidents. And let me see. I'm pretty sure he's charged with that. Hold on a minute. And they're waiting for this. They're waiting for this trial to be over. All right, let's see. Okay. So the additional charges are sexual assault of a child, 3 counts. While in custody for the murder of Athena Strand in December 2022, Horner was charged with 3 additional counts of sexual assault of a child. They're unrelated, obviously, to Athena Strand's death and date back to 2013. And they were filed in Tarrant County, which is where the trial is being held. However, the charges for Athena Strand's murder are out of Wise County. So, yeah, that's what's going on. What is going on with this? I don't like to see the live view. It makes me nervous. I don't know why it's doing this, and I don't like it. So I'm going to try to find a different stream. Let's see. Hold on, let me look at that. Yeah, so. It's just, I mean, his story even too, it's like, you know, that he hit her with the van and that he thought that hitting her with the van would cause him to lose his job. What did he think killing her would do? See, I don't buy that at all. And I don't think the authorities do either. I don't think law enforcement or prosecution does. I'm going to tell you what I think happened. I think there's a reason. And you'll notice, and I wanted to bring this up because this was an inappropriate answer to the question posed to him by his mother about she asked him something to the effect of, did you do anything weird to that little girl? And he said no. And then he said something to the effect of, ever since I started back taking my medicine, my libido isn't what it used to be. Not, I'm not a pedophile. Not, I'm not attracted to little girls or children at all. Nothing like that. Excuse me. No. It's that he didn't have a libido. I wonder if maybe he was unable to, and that's why he got so angry with her, and that's why her murder was so brutal and violent, or if what he thought that if he maybe didn't assault her in the conventional way, the way we all think of, that it would be undetected and, you know, he might not be in as much trouble. But then I think what happened is, I think that he realized it really doesn't matter at the end of the day, because if he left her alive, right, she's going to be a witness to anything that he did to her, and he couldn't leave her alive. It's just sad. I think that these are, I think he has a proclivity, despite the fact that he has a wife. And, those two things are not mutually exclusive. In fact, frequently, that is the case, that people are quite capable of living a double life. Look at John Wayne Gacy. John Wayne Gacy was married, he had children, and he was a serial killer, and he preferred teenage boys. That was his victim of choice. Then you have the Green River Killer, whose name it was right in the front of my brain, and then it just left. Gary Ridgway. He was married. He had a son. He took his son with him when he picked up one of the women, and he murdered that woman, dumped her body while his son was with him. So it's not, those two things are not mutually exclusive. And I wonder if we will hear from the girlfriend in trial. It's my understanding that she's been, like off the grid, as it were, right? Like she's not speaking to anybody. She's pretty much, in hiding because of all of this. But there was a part of his interrogation that I was thinking about today, this morning. And he was talking about Zero and how Cassie said that he had 3 personalities, but he's only aware of 2. And the bottom line is that it's very evident that Tanner Horner is a predator. And, predators don't just stop being predators. They don't, they are. So I'm curious, but I don't want anybody to find her. I don't want, I'm just curious about the dynamic that existed between he and Cassie, because I wonder if she was picked because she maybe showed some sort of something to him. See, it wouldn't be something that we would see because we're not predators, but some sort of vulnerability or and some type of hint that she could be, for lack of a better term, bullshitted into believing that he may have, dissociative identity disorder. Because, there are, I'm trying to think of how to say this. Predators are really good at what they do. They're very good at spotting signs of potential prey, and the signs are so innocuous that to the casual observer, we would never see them. But something especially because he had mentioned that he ghosted a lot of girlfriends before, and I don't think that that's true. What I think is more likely is not that he ghosted anybody, but more that they recognized him for who he is and they ran. But for whatever reason, Cassie didn't. And I think he saw something in her that he could use to exploit. Donna, last week on Friday, I Googled his biological father. And his biological father, I read his appeal his biological father was appealing his conviction for basically he was pulled over by the cops, and then he ran. He fled in the vehicle and endangered people's lives and all of the things. And he is a drug user. He had past charges related to methamphetamine for distribution, which, you know, yeah. So, not a good dude. Not a good dude. Not a good, upstanding citizen. And it sort of seems like not a real, like, not somebody who was with any level of consistency in Tanner's life. Like, he knew who his dad was, he'd met his dad or whatever, but it doesn't seem like they had any type of real relationship. Like, they, you know, like if they saw each other, it was infrequent. That's just what it seems like. I don't know. Now, I suspect that when it is the defense's turn to present their case, it's possible. What the frap? Sometimes this happens with court TV or Law and Crime. They'll accidentally close or stop the stream. So let me look and see what's going on. Try Law and Crime. Let's see. Oops. Might have to go with WFAA. See what happens here. Let me look. Yeah, Law and Crimes went off too. Let's try it. We'll just go through. We'll just go with WFAA. They're the pool feed anyways. So see what's going on here. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to hear this. Hold on. So they did come back, and court's over for the day. That's it. That's all. I've just been sitting here talking, and I could have let you guys go. All right. So that's it for today. You guys, court is over. I'm thinking that likely what happened is, you know, they didn't want to start. It's going to be a long process. I don't know. Maybe they felt like the jury, after having seen all of that. Yeah. And like, hold on a minute. Because they came back from the break, and I don't even think they finished playing the call. So let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Don't go anywhere yet. All right. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. Here, I'll tell you what happened. Here, we'll go right back here. Hold on a sec. I'll show you exactly what happened. Give me just a second. What am I doing? Here we go. All right. Let me add it to the stage. Here y'all go.
It seems like they're checking off every box. So at this stage, that's what I would expect.
Okay, so someone was wanting a quick recap. Okay, it's about to start, but basically it was a call from his mother, and then a visitation with his grandmother. And I think we're about to get started. So Zeke, can you go ahead and show our mic?
He's even laughing. All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Berry, you may continue.
Your Honor, we do not intend to parse other three of this one and pass it.
Okay, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Thomas, hi, how are you?
Wonderful, ma'am.
Mr. Thomas, in preparation for your testimony today, you were asked to review the jail records related to Mr. Horner, is that correct?
I was asked to review the audio, correct?
Well, you were also asked to bring with you any jail records that would reflect any disciplinary write-ups for Mr. Horner, is that correct?
As I explained previously, there was no disciplinaries.
So it's your testimony today that while Tanner Horner was in custody in Wise County Jail, he received no disciplinary write-ups?
That's correct, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Read the record.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
And no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may stay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, folks, as I told you earlier, we're going to retire for the day, and we'll start up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Enjoy your afternoon. See you then. Okay?
I mean, we could have done all that and not had a break.
All right, we'll be in recess, everybody. Thank you.
So that's that. There we'll be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Not for me. For me, I will be back at 9:45 Central, 10:45 Eastern, 8:45 Mountain, 7:45 Pacific. All right. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with me today. And I'll see y'all back here tomorrow. Hey, and if you haven't done so, do your girl a favor. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, whichever you feel I deserve. I'd appreciate it very, very much. And if you get a chance or you missed part of today's and you want to go back and rewatch it and you're offered the opportunity to hype the video, do me a favor, hype the video. All right. Y'all have a great rest of your afternoon, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.